Good evening and welcome to this meeting of the City of Albuquerque Civilian Police Oversight Agency Board. It is Thursday, August 12th. I'm going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. The time is 5:01 p.m. Speaking, my name is Eric Olivas. I'm the chair of the CPOAB. Also present from the board, we have Dr. William Cass. We have member Eric Nixon, member Patty French, member Richard Johnson, and sorry, here I'm checking through my screen here to see if anybody else joined. We also have member Tara Armijo Pruitt present. From CPOA legal staff, we have Tina Gooch here. With the CPCs, we have Kelly Mensa, and we also have CPC admin Martinisa Billy. From the Civilian Police Oversight Agency, we have Katrina Sigala, and we also have from the Civilian Police Oversight Agency, Valerie Barella. With APD, we have Commander Zach Cotterill. We have Catherine Jacobs, also with APD data analyst. I believe we have Michael Messenger with APD. Sorry, here scrolling through my screen. Acting Commander Jason Sanchez with APD. Acting Commander Richard Evans with APD. Carlos Pacheco, I believe, with City Legal. We have Pastor David Walker here with the Mayor's Office. We have Chris Sylvan here with City Council. Elizabeth Martinez with Department of Justice. We have Ian Stoker, Assistant City Attorney. Let's see here. And I believe that that's all of the introductions. Hopefully I didn't miss anybody. It's hard when everyone's joining the meeting at the same time and such, but oh, and we just had a late arrival here, Vice Chair member Chantel Galloway also arrived. So with that, we'll go ahead and get the meeting started here. That was item number 1, welcome and call to order. Item 2, our mission statement, advancing constitutional policing and accountability for APD and the Albuquerque community. Item number 3, we have approval of the agenda. Do we have a motion to approve the agenda?
Motion to approve the agenda.
Second.
We have a motion from member Johnson, a second from Vice Chair Galloway. Any debate on this item? I'm checking one thing here. I would actually like to go ahead and make a motion to amend the agenda to remove item 12, meeting with council regarding pending litigation or personnel issues. This item is no longer needed. There's no updates here and no action to be taken. Do we have a second?
I second.
We have a motion and a second. Any debate or questions on this? Seeing none, Ms. Barella, could you please call the roll?
Yeah, but before I get started, I just want to make sure that, oh, Nixon, it looks like he just connected. Okay, before I call the roll, he was having connection issues with his okay. Member Armijo Pruitt?
Yes.
Member French?
Here.
Is that a yes or no? We're voting.
That's a yes.
Okay, thank you. Member Galloway?
Yes.
Member Johnson?
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass?
Yes.
Member Mitchell?
Member Mitchell's not present right now.
Oh, that's right. I thought he, okay. Member Nixon?
Yes.
Member Olivas?
Yes.
That motion passed 7-0. Thank you.
Okay, so motion is to amend the agenda, removing item 12. That takes us back to the original motion to approve the agenda. Any further questions, debate, or changes here? Not seeing anything from the board. Ms. Barella, if you'd please call the roll.
Yes. Member Armijo Pruitt?
Yes.
Member French?
Yes.
Thank you. Member Galloway?
Yes.
Member Johnson?
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass?
Yes.
Member Nixon?
Yes.
Member Olivas?
Yes.
That motion passed 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barella. That concludes item 3, the approval of the agenda. Item number 4 is public comment. Ms. Barilla, do we have anyone here for public comment at this time?
I'll defer that to Ms. Sigala. She is facilitating the meeting, and I believe she's in the waiting room, or I'm not exactly sure.
I don't see her in the waiting room. I have a Shirley, and we've asked her to identify herself, but she hasn't responded back yet. And the other person is waiting to speak at the time of their case is being heard.
Understood. Since we don't have a response from this individual, or if they're even here for public comment, we will go ahead and close public comment, assuming we don't have any objection from the board. Not seeing any here. Item number 5, review and approval of the minutes from our July 8th meeting. Those minutes were available via a link that was included with the meeting packet, and they're also available within 10 days online on our website for the public and for board members to review. Just a reminder to board members, if you weren't present at the meeting, you still have the opportunity to review the minutes for accuracy, typographical errors, and you're certainly free to consult with your peers or videos that are publicly available online to verify the accuracy of the minutes. Do we have a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion from Vice Chair Galloway and a second from Member Tara Armijo Pruitt. Any discussion? Seeing none, Ms. Barela, would you please call the roll?
Yes.
Member Armijo Pruitt?
Yes.
Thank you.
Member French?
Yes.
Member Galloway?
Yes.
Member Johnson?
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass?
Yes.
Member Nixon?
Yes.
Thank you. Member Olivas?
Yes.
That motion passed 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes item number 4. Takes us to item 5, our reports from city departments. Our first city department tonight, as always, item A is APD. Our first item under the APD report is from the IA Professional Standards Division, and I'll go ahead and recognize Commander Zach Cotterill.
Good evening, Chair Olivas and members of the board. The report for the month of July was distributed. In that report, we did close out 20 cases from internal affairs in the month of July where discipline was imposed, and a breakdown of those cases was listed on the monthly report by SOP and SOP finding, as well as what the SOP actually relates to. So we're trying to give you guys a little more information so when you look at it, you kind of see what the case was about a little bit. We did complete 16 cases in the month of July that were sent out for area command review. We did open an additional 25 in July and sent 29 cases for area commands to do the investigation on, which once again, those are the minor misconduct cases. And we did carry over 24 for the month of July. Probably the only really case worth noting that was closed out is I-846-20. That one stands out when you look through the report because it does take up about 2.5 pages. There were 16 officers involved in that case, which is why it's so long. They did have sustained findings and discipline imposed. Any questions?
Seeing no questions from the board, always appreciate your time, Commander, and the thoroughness of your report. So thank you for being here.
You're welcome. Have a good night.
You as well. Item number 2 under the APD report, we have the IA Force Division, Acting Commander Richard Evans. Welcome.
Good evening, Chair Olivas and the board. How are you this evening?
Very well, sir. Thank you.
Good. Okay, so for the month of July, we had 53 uses of force. There was a couple of anomalies in there that I'll explain here shortly, but 34 of those were sent to IAFD for investigation.
Recording in progress.
The anomalies are that the Northwest Area Command had no force for the month of July. I don't know if I've ever seen that before. Just one second. And then also all force was down for this month. For the last 12 months, we were at 53 uses of force, and that's the lowest it's been in 12 months. Breakdown of the forces, we had 6 force encounters in the foothills, 11 force encounters in the northeast, 0 in the northwest, 17 in the southeast, 10 in the southwest, and 9 in the valley, totaling 53 uses of force citywide. The only outlier being the northwest was 0. I didn't see any other anomalies other than that, or any spikes. The top 3 calls for service where force is utilized as family disputes, suspicious persons, vehicles, and disturbances, which are typically your top 3. That concludes my report. Does anybody have any questions?
Not seeing anything from the board at this time. Commander, we really appreciate your time here tonight and your report. Thank you. That concludes item 2, the IA Force Division. Item number 3 is the APD Training Academy semi-annual report. I believe we have Lieutenant Michael Messenger and Commander Renee McDermott here to give us an update. Welcome.
Thank you. This is Renee. Having it been my first meeting of such in a whole week and a half under my belt, how would you like to proceed? I know you had 9 questions. Would you just like me to read the questions and then provide the answers?
Well, you know, I gave you those questions just kind of as since you're new to the training academy there, I wanted to give you a little bit of an update on kind of questions that we've asked in the past or that might have been of interest based on recent events. But I'll leave that up to you. You know, like we had said, you're new here, so if you want to give us a little bit of your background and you know, kind of what you're getting into and what you're working towards there, and then if you want to hit on the high notes of those questions, but I'll leave it totally up to you.
Okay, great. Thank you. I appreciate it for bearing with me. So I'm Renee McDermott. I arrived here and began last Monday. I've retired from the FBI after 32 years. My recent position with the FBI was as the Deputy Assistant Director and then Assistant Director of the FBI Academy since 2018. Prior to that, I served as a police officer for the FBI in our forensic laboratory prior to becoming an agent, and then served in the Miami, Dallas, Albuquerque, Knoxville field offices in various leadership roles, ending up in between those times at headquarters in the Human Resources Division, in the Counterterrorism Division, and in the Director's Office prior to going out to Knoxville. So that's a little bit about my background. I started in the FBI right out of college. The leadership and how we're working to change the culture at the Academy to avoid past issues of the intimidation and harassment and bias, which you listed as one of the questions. That is not a leadership style of mine at all. Having dealt with similar situations prior to arriving at the FBI Academy, such as this, like I said, prior to my leadership there, I'm transparent, I'm collaborative, communicate, maybe over communicate at times, very open to new ideas, unconventional approaches to make things happen, training and otherwise. And so I believe that everybody that I've met at the Academy, and knowing that that's not how we're going forward, I don't think we'll have further issues with any of those concerns. Mike, is there anything you would like to add regarding that first question?
Good evening. No, I think, Commander, I think you covered it quite well. Commander McDermott steps in, taking over the academy, and I can say that she has an excellent reputation with the people that she worked with prior to joining our agency. And so I think that there is going to be a very nice breath of fresh air with the changes at the top of the academy and the leadership moving forward in this organization and how we do things. I also know that the commander is going to be bringing in some great experience and mentorship to everyone that's over here. So by and large, I think that you all are going to see very positive changes at the academy moving forward.
Thanks, Michael. So the status of the training backlog, at this current moment, there is no training backlog. APD, as you know, did fall short on some training requirements for 2020, but there is no expectation to make up, there will be make up those missed hours. The academy, though, is moving forward with a solid plan and quality training to meet the needs of APD and the expectations of the CASA. We generally address CIT and ECT training. We are continuing to be looked at as a model program in those areas. The CASA has ensured that APD's CIU section take the lead on training in this arena. We at the Academy will work in partnership with them to ensure the training is delivered as needed. And Lieutenant Dietzel is the person to bring in to this discussion regarding details of the CIT and ECT programs, if given he's on the line now or at a different time. Regarding shortfalls in the FTO program and what's being done, again, there's not currently a shortage. The program is maintaining a 2-to-1 ratio of FTOs to recruits. Regularly, FTOs are lost due to promotion and or to entering specialized units. And the staff is constantly out among the officers working to recruit the best personnel for these positions. FTO training is basically every other month at the Academy. The classes do vary in size based on, officers who are interested in who is available. And it's a 40-hour course with tests. And obviously the FTO must pass before entering that program as a collateral duty. Status of offering specialized training for detectives in that track. The first Detective Academy has been delivered. The feedback was fantastic and it provided insight into some ways to make the training even better. The Academy has created a new position of Career Development Lieutenant, and Amanda Tapia has taken on that role. She has previously been the Field Training Coordinator and brought a lot of compliance and leadership when she was there. She is working with Dr. Haney and the CTU and other investigators to make updates to the Detective Academy and further expand training opportunities geared towards developing the next generation of investigators. I know there's a few more questions left with what I've addressed so far. Are there any questions? Okay. So on to the next question. What has been done to improve training for officers responding to child neglect, sexual and child sexual abuse? The calls, as you all can imagine, are not the most favorite for officers to attend to, as anyone would expect. Officers all over the country feel they would benefit from more training. This includes with APD. The Academy will keep delivering training on these topics in regular rotations. And we recently released a 3-part online training in this area that we hope will help officers feel better equipped to help these children in further discussions and further training. Status of recruiting efforts. I think this probably is best to be addressed by the recruiting acting commander or lieutenant. Currently, the recruiting was removed from underneath the academy and housed under a different deputy commander. What sort of cultural sensitivity and or implicit bias training is offered and required? There's a significant amount of training in these topics, which are provided to all new hires. All of the APD receives this training on implicit bias in 2020. Cultural sensitivity is not a topic that can be addressed with a one and done approach. So the Academy and APD as a whole continue to find opportunities to weave these lessons to create understanding and partnership into every aspect of the jobs and the officers' roles. APD has embarked upon a new program that involves ambassador officers working with many of the communities in Albuquerque, and several of those ambassadors are actually Academy instructors. And the program obviously includes all officers from the entire department. At this point, that is all I have as far as the report. If there are any questions, or if Mike, if you have anything to add.
One thing I was actually just thinking of that may be of interest to you as, I don't know if you all remember a program that was brought in a couple years ago called EPIC. It was basically a program about being a good active bystander, standing in when you see officers doing something that they shouldn't, redirecting if somebody's losing their cool, whatever it may be. We are moving forward with expanding that. There's a program called ABLE that was made available to us, and we have a group of officers going to train the trainer for that program that starts next week. Has been carrying for the next several weeks, where we're going to be putting those officers out there who really are good ambassadors and respected amongst the department, and they'll be able to come back and develop training that we can deliver to everybody, just so we can perpetuate that idea of accountability and helping officers to feel empowered that there's a way to help each other be better and improve and be more accountable.
Dr. Cass.
Yes, thank you. Lieutenant Meisinger, I was curious, is ABLE a replacement for EPIC? As I believe there was a program similar to what you described. It was called EPIC. And could you describe the difference?
Yeah, EPIC was a program that was created by the New Orleans Police Department. Obviously, historically, they had some issues. In response to that, they went out and created a program, really, really good program. ABLE is something else that was made available to us by members of the community. Another individual reached out to the superintendent and was able to get us set up. And that is a program that is run out of Washington, D.C. So it's sort of, I don't want to say it's enhanced EPIC, but it's the same kind of concept, but it's taken up a notch in that those that developed it did even more research into it. And it's another look at the same topic. Our hope is that it's going to be even more encompassing, and it's going to give us more material and a different, I don't want to say different, but another approach to be able to get this information out to officers and help officers improve.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, Vice Chair Galloway.
Oh, I'm sorry. Just to clarify, ABLE is kind of like the training component extension of EPIC?
No, it's a separate program. It's the same kind of topic. It's that being an active bystander and intervening amongst other officers when it needs to happen. It's just a different acronym because it's a different program or different group. EPIC was developed by New Orleans Police. This is developed by a group out of Washington, D.C. So it's more of a not a federal program, but a national program, not developed by just a local police department.
Did I mishear you? Did you say something about a training component though? Like that the officers would be developing a training module?
Yeah, so this is what's going is we have 5 officers heading out to train the trainer. They're going to teach them what the program is and how to develop it specific for APD. And so when they come back, they'll be able to tailor exactly what it is for what we have and develop anywhere from a 2-hour training up to a week type training where they'll show them how to put these together and make it into something that's impactful and useful and fits into what we can do.
Any other questions or comments from board members? Not seeing.
I have one.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. As far as the training, when it comes to the children and the police, I guess are usually the first responders I'm taking it. And there's a fine line between prejudice and between profiling, but are they able to, with this training, are they going to be able to recognize maybe certain behaviors or certain environments that would help them to be able to make calls to help these children and maybe get some help there, early before it turns into something a lot bigger? Is that part of that training as well?
For like the video series and stuff that we just sent out, are you speaking about that just specifically around the children's stuff, investigations? It does touch on that. We talk about what to look for in the environment. Is there food in the house? What, is the condition of the home or the condition of the children? Are they washed? Are the basic needs being met? But it also discusses, sensitivity towards particular situations that each family lives in. What is a struggle versus what is true neglect or child abuse?
Yeah.
And also if it is sort of that fine line, when is it appropriate to bring in CYFD for safety plans and things like that, as opposed to when is it more appropriate to ensure that resources exist, and also to have the tools available from CYFD should the family need it in a time of crisis. There's those times when a family just maybe they do fall on hard times and they can't take care of the kid, but they'll need a safe place for that child to stay. It doesn't mean that they're neglecting their child. They just don't have the resources in that moment. And if we can set them up with resources, whether that be through shelters or through finding temporary placement through CYFD, that's also discussed.
And so that's also like let's say seeing bruises or
right.
Okay. All right. That's all I wanted. Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Other questions or comments from the board on this topic, training and operations of the Academy? Not seeing any further hands here. Going once. Lieutenant Messenger and Commander McDermott, I think we really appreciate you being here, and I know it was kind of short notice and you just started the job, so appreciate you coming in and doing the best you could with it. I think that we're better informed for it, and we do typically like to, I believe the board voted to have these as a semi-annual update, possibly more frequent if we had a particular concern, we'd let you know and invite you, but look forward to seeing you in 6 months, if not sooner.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Nice meeting everyone. Look forward to working with you in a continual manner throughout the year. Thank you very much.
That concludes item 3, the APD Training Academy report. Item number 4 is the second quarter force report. And we have data analyst 2, Jacobs here with IA Force Division.
Hi, good evening. I know I've met a number of you, but not everyone. So just in case we have not met, my name is Catherine Jacobs. I actually go by Kate, and I work for APD in the Internal Affairs Force Division. I'm the lead data analyst here, and I've been with APD since June of 2019. So I see some familiar faces. It's good to see you all again. Director Harness attends the FRB meetings, and I share data with the FRB on a quarterly basis. So after the last quarterly update with them, he had asked if I could share this with you, and I'm really happy that I get to do that this evening. I'm not great at multitasking, and I say that because if you have questions, comments, if you want to jump into something a little deeper, I would welcome that during the presentation, but I'm not great at looking at the chat or, you know, any of the reactions. So please speak up. I'm definitely happy to you know, linger on something or look a little closer at anything. And everyone can see my screen, right? You guys can see the PowerPoint? Awesome. Okay, so what I have for you this evening is some force trend data, and this is the second quarter of 2021, so that's covering April through June. We've got FRB metrics that cover that same time frame. And then some other things that I was working on in this time frame that I shared with the FRB is we were looking at level 3 cases that are comprised only of empty hand techniques. And we also did some analysis on OBRD trends. So I have all of that for you this evening. We'll jump right in. I do report on accidental firearm discharges. We've had one this year. It occurred May 12th. There's a summary here, but I highlighted the takeaway really in red. It was an animal call, a loose canine. The officer was pulling himself over the top of a wall. The rifle was between him and the wall, hanging from his body. He grabbed the rifle and it discharged one time. So this is the first accidental firearm discharge this year, and there has been a force internal investigation initiated. This quarter, we saw 243 force cases, and this should look familiar because it looks a lot like the monthly report I give you, but it is covering a quarter's worth of data. So you can see the force events by area command and by level. This is fairly consistent with what we tend to see. And I wanted to give some historical context for that because sometimes there are highs and lows. So this is 5 quarters, so just over a year's worth of force data, again, by area command and by level. Any questions so far? Okay. We have a map of where these events are occurring. Again, red indicates a level 3, orange is level 2, and 1 is blue. I did label some of the areas where we're seeing multiple force events. So you see the MDC in the southwest corner with 5. They're all level 3, which is not surprising because individuals are handcuffed at the MDC. We also see the PTC, that tends to pop up a lot. Something that was new and we discussed at the FRB is the mall and the uptown area jumped out. And we're thinking that relates to the new initiative on organized retail crime. Empty hand techniques made up 80% of 888 applications. That is consistent with what we see historically. Going as far back as 2016, empty hand techniques are almost always the leading force application. So between resisted handcuffing, empty hand control, empty hand takedown, empty hand strike, empty hand leg sweep, that's 80% of our applications. And I did want to look at that historically. So we've got a year's worth of application data, and it looks fairly consistent. Resisted handcuffing, we have seen an increase there. Everything else is fairly steady. In our 243 cases, we saw 256 individuals. This is the person upon whom force is shown or used. 97% of cases involve one individual. One case involved 5 individuals. That was a fight, I believe, downtown that APD responded to. So almost all cases involve one person. I do work with Commander Dietzel and CIU. We have started looking at individuals who have repeated force encounters with APD. And if they are a candidate for the services that he offers, he's able to do some case management with them. So I just wanted to, these are completely anonymous IDs. These numbers have nothing to do with any personal identifying information. This is a unique ID that our database generates for people. So you can see people who have had multiple force cases. And I do work with Commander Dietzel to see if they're an appropriate candidate for the work that he does. Our demographics of the people involved in force events are very consistent. We see this, quarter after quarter, year after year. About 75% were male. And then the majority of folks, 61%, are in their 20s and 30s. Any questions? Okay. We do collect race and ethnicity as two separate and independent fields. So race, you'll see to your left, and then ethnicity refers to Hispanic or not Hispanic. So we do collect that as two different variables. And this, again, is consistent with what we see. I did get a lot of questions from folks who are consuming this data on, how are they separate? So we collect them as two separate fields, but in this graph, I made a new graph this quarter, putting those variables together. So across tabs of race and ethnicity, 45% of individuals are white and Hispanic. So we have race on the y-axis and then Hispanic, non-Hispanic. So you can see how that breakdown looks. Questions, comments?
Is this presentation available somewhere?
I sent it over to CPOAB, so that might be a question for your administrators.
Gotcha. Okay.
It was included in the board packet. There was quite a few attachments, but it got one of them in there.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay. In our 243 cases, we had 652 officers involved. Here you can see 98% of them captured the full incident on OBRD. So I do break that down by the assignment. I think the good news is 98% of them are capturing the entire event on their OBRD. I do want to caution, this is only involved officers. At the time I pulled this data, I did not have witness officers. So this is only the officer using or showing force. I have since added, or IT has since added, the witness officer data to our database, and I'll share some of that later on. I'm not sure that this is as relevant, but I did want to share with you what I give FRB in terms of their process metrics. We review how many cases they reviewed, what kind of cases they reviewed. We look at the referrals that they've generated as far as what case the referral, what kind of case the referral arose from, and what kind of referral it was. We look at how many referrals are resolved. And we also review the successes identified by the FRB. Okay, here's what I thought was really interesting. I was presented with the question, look at level 3 cases that only involve empty hand techniques. So I found cases that include anything related to empty hands, pain compliance, resisted handcuffing that were also a level 3. We've had 122 cases that fit this description since go live. That was January 2020. And you can see the breakdown across time. I have a map of where these occurred. You can probably guess where you will end up seeing them. It's where people tend to be handcuffed. Okay, so MDC and PTC, both with 8, Loveless Hospital with 6, an apartment complex off of Montgomery with 2, Casement 2, Walmart 2, Roadway N 2. So then I looked a little deeper, what kind of call is leading to this? I'm not sure. I think you all are familiar from the monthly report with what we call the B cases, or continuation of an earlier force event. This is typically an officer will use force on an individual in the field, arrest them, transport them. So now they're in a different part of town. It could be sometime later, and they use force again. So it's almost always at PTC, MDC, or one of the hospitals. We had a B to the end of the case, so we can count it as a distinct force case, right? Because it's occurred in 2 different parts of town, there's hours apart. So I count that as 2 cases, but it's linked by the original case number. So this is the 4th leading call type associated, which makes sense, right? If they're in handcuffs and we're using force on them, it's probably going to be at PTC, MDC, or one of the hospitals. So family dispute, disturbance, and suspicious person vehicle remain the top 3, but the continuation of an earlier force case has risen up. And so now it's 8% of these cases. I do want to emphasize a number of these cases are still being investigated, and they could change. Of course, a lot of this data as it comes in is preliminary, and as our investigators work the case, they update it. So only 30% of these have been completed. And I really wanted to drill down in those 30% and see what we found. So that's 37 cases. What I found with those 37 cases, 100% of the people were handcuffed, which is what I expected. About half of these cases involved getting the individual into or out of a vehicle, the patrol car. So almost 60%, 57%, they were handcuffed and APD was trying to get them in or out of a vehicle. Another 14%, the individual was fleeing or escaping. So they were already handcuffed. They were trying to flee or escape, and APD used empty hands. And then 30% just fell under other scenario when I read the case synopsis. So I'll give you some examples. This is marked as getting them in or out of a car. The individual was taken into custody, resisted. Officers used empty hand techniques to escort and get the subject into the patrol car. Once they were partially in the back of the car, he stiffened his body, wrapped his legs around the marked unit, and an officer took the male out of the back of the marked unit and tossed the individual to the ground. Marked as fleeing and escaping. This one actually occurred right outside the PTC. Someone escaped. The officer was able to catch up near the southeast corner of an intersection, lunged toward the individual with open hands, grabbing him, caused him to fall to the ground. And then an example of what I marked as other, because it just didn't fit any of these, it was kind of a catch-all for the remaining 30% of cases. This individual was under arrest, handcuffed. Officers were attempting to conduct a search of his person. He lunged forward, put a baggie of narcotics in his mouth, began chewing the narcotics. Officer brought the individual to the ground to better control his actions, prevent him from committing a crime, potentially harming himself. So something I did notice is 3 officers have 4 cases of this particular instance, using empty hands on a handcuffed individual, and 4 officers had 3 cases. I did work with Deputy Chief Lowe to identify these officers and see what action we might be able to take. It could be some training. I don't really want to speak to what APD decides to do with this data, but we did identify some folks where this had happened repeatedly.
I have a question on that. Do you look at the possibility that like a field training officer might be more inclined to be taking the lead in some of those instances, so they would have more instances of cuffing as opposed to the trainee? Or maybe an officer is kind of the lead person there anyway, and so they would have more instances of that. Is that a factor at all?
So that's a really insightful question, and I appreciate you asking. So yes, there are some situations in which an officer is more likely to use more force, more specific kinds of force, right? And so I always try to look at the bigger picture. So for instance, when we're looking at officers who use a lot of force, SWAT tends to be on that list, right? But that's what SWAT does. They have a very specialized job, and so they're more likely to be using force. So your question gets at some of the work around the early intervention system at APD. There's such a bigger context to using force. So we definitely look at things like what area of town are you working in? What kind of calls are you responding to if you're specialized? So that is something we looked at, you know, some of those other variables. So not necessarily, you know, that the officer is using this like too much, but what else could be contributing to this? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
And another question I had was, what about the event? So, for example, officers responding to like a protest or something like that, where those events tend to maybe draw up or make themselves, I don't know, they're prone to increase uses of force. Have you studied that at all?
Specifically with this data and the empty hand techniques, level 3?
Yeah, with it like for example, empty hand techniques during protests and things like that.
So I don't know that any of these originated, or if they did. So I really only examined these 37 that were closed. So we still have a number that are being investigated. I did not do this piece on those. So I actually am not sure if any of them are from the protests that we saw last summer. But of the 37 I looked at, I don't recall any of them originating from that event.
Okay.
Or those events, I should say. Yes, thank you. Okay, when individuals were injured, 15% of the injuries involved a complaint. The leading injury in these cases, abrasions, complaint, lacerations, bruises, other injury, welt. Okay, so that's what I had for level 3 cases that were only empty hands. Any other comments or suggestions, ideas? Okay, I've got one last topic that I did want to share with you. I mentioned earlier I was able to have IT add our witness officer data. So I wanted to look big picture of OBRD. So this is OBRD usage going all the way back to 2016. I believe I pulled this data, yes, May of 2021. So the first graph I'll show you is just the officer involved. So only the officers showing or using force. And I tried to simplify the options. Either you captured it in full, you did not capture it in full. So that's a partial capture or no capture, or we don't have that data. We're missing data in our database. And I think a couple things to highlight from here. Number one, look how much missing data we had when we first started this versus today. So that gray line drops dramatically in mid-2016. So the first thing is APD is doing a much better job of recording whether the officer recorded the OBRD in full or not. And then, of course, we're happy to see the full incident captured has gone way up. So this tends to hover 95% or above. I was also able to get witness officer. We see a similar trend in that, one, we're doing a better job of even recording if the witness officer captured the event in full. And that green line is creeping up. Are you all familiar with Kara Garcia and the work she does with scorecards?
Could you tell us a little bit about that?
I don't want to speak too much about her work because I'm not as familiar with it. But Kara Garcia works for APD. She's an auditor, and she's been doing some amazing work. You can find examples of her scorecards on the APD website. I believe it's with the links, documents related to the APD settlement page. I think that's where the scorecards are. But she's really made an intuitive, interactive, it's just what it sounds like. It's a scorecard for OBRD audits. And I think that timely feedback is really helping. So my impression of what's going on with OBRD at APD is this has been an effort between internal affairs force, internal affairs professional standards, Kara Garcia's group, their performance metrics unit, that's the name of her area, PMU, and the academy. I think all of these divisions working together have really led to some impressive increases with OBRD. So this is something I'm really proud of. Questions or comments on these graphs? Okay.
Quick question. I'm sorry.
Okay, sorry.
I was curious. Well, thank you for all this data. I think it's really nice to see it presented this way in such a clear format. So thank you for that. I was wondering about the sort of large variation from month to month that was occurring between, like, I don't know, the end of 2017 up until late 2019 there. Do you know what that's about?
So it looks like we see it in the witness officer graph, and I don't see it as much here.
Well, not in that discrete way, but I think with the officer involved one, with the primary officer there, they're still month to month. I mean, it seems kind of surprising to see it go from
right,
like, 90%, and then 2 months later it's down at 75 or 78. Like that. Is it because the sample size is so small that you see that kind of bumping around?
So I had not caught that, and I'm glad you brought this to me. So the sample size month to month, that could be part of it. I think that's a good idea, right? Because it is a percent, not an overall number here. So that's actually something that I want to look at. I'm going to make a note, because if I don't write it down, I'll forget. So I don't know the answer offhand, but I am definitely happy to look at that and contact you all if I find something. This was before I got to APD. So if any of the sworn folks on the call have an idea, I would certainly be okay with you speaking up, but I'm not really sure. I think you might be onto something with the sample size, because when you do have a smaller sample size, small changes are going to look big percentage wise. So I think that's a really good idea. I'm happy to go back and take a look and see what the overall counts were and if that's what's doing it. Because, right, if just a handful of officers slip up, now the percentage is going to look way different. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other observations or questions?
Well, I guess I had a question, because this is very interesting data, and thank you for this. A question I had was, is since the CASA was enforced here in Albuquerque, which I forgot what the date was, I know it's back a few years ago, about 7 years ago, 6 years ago. Is it possible to trend or track this type of data, or was it being tracked at that time in this manner that you're showing, which is fairly clear, from the CASA going forward, to see trends as to whether or not these uses of force are being changed, or are there's a trend of it going down versus going up, or what have you, to determine how use of force and all the training that has supposedly been done at APD is affecting those changes or affecting use of force, I should say. So is it possible to get that data to say, okay, from this year going forward to these years, this is what this graph would look like, similar to what you have here?
Right. So I think what you're getting at, and I like your question, it's getting at an outcome measurement. Is the CASA, we're going to consider that like if we were doing a science experiment, the CASA is our intervention. Is it having the desired effect? Are we seeing the outcomes changing? And that's a great question. A lot of organizations can measure outputs. We can count things. An outcome is really describing behavioral change. So I have a couple thoughts around that. I'm trying to organize my thoughts. The first is paragraph 298 of the CASA is the outcomes report that is written by the monitoring team. And that's really the purpose of the outcomes report. And then your question specifically about, do we have this data? I believe in the warehouse, the database that I use, I believe we have force data going all the way back to 2011, which would be well before the CASA. I tend to only, when I'm looking at longitudinal data, when I'm looking at trend data, I only look at 2016 and later. The reason for that is I did a lot of work with data validation, data checks, data cleanup, going back to 2016. So I got here in 19, and I spent 19 and a good part of 20 working on some data issues, working closely with IT. So I'm confident in the data we have from 16 later. I can't speak to the quality of data before 2016. I know there was a migration from whatever software APD had before IA Pro. And, you know, because APD wasn't required to collect this data before the CASA, if I understand correctly, I'm not sure how complete it would be. I don't know that it would be inaccurate, but I don't know that it would be the scope of what we're collecting now. So as far as looking at outcomes and longitudinal data, I think 16 and later would be what I'm comfortable with, but you're right. If we could look at 11 and later, if we could look pre-CASA, post-CASA, that's what would be really interesting. And that's what would be really telling.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see that. I think it would be telling. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
I have a comment, and I think that there were a couple of problems with that. And as I recall, one was there was a difficulty in extracting the data that was available out of the data warehouse. There were a number of systems that played, that didn't, play together. And then another factor was that the actual categorization of uses of force changed over the period from when the CASA came into effect to the current day. So it's that just makes it more difficult to make that comparison because uses of force were reclassified and redefined. So that, I think, those are both factors that make the older data either more suspect or more difficult to attain. So.
Well, thank you. I didn't have the institutional knowledge that you had, Dr. Cass. So thank you. I think you're right, though. That sounds right. Okay, other questions or comments?
Ms. Jacobs, if I may.
Yes, please.
Yeah, hi. So kind of piggybacking both off of Dr. Cass and Member Nixon's comments, the use of force data or the use of force classification, and Dr. Cass, I'm sure you've got this on the tip of your tongue too, changed just maybe within the last 2 or 3 years where the types and levels were reclassified. But prior to that, I mean, that would give us, maybe 3 years worth of data. Could you still kind of get a sense of how things were going post-CASA intervention? Because one would expect that it would be really rocky at the beginning and then start to kind of smooth out and at least give a feel for how successful the CASA and the trainings and updated policies and all of those components are, how effective that may be going, how that may be.
So yes, we moved to the level 1, level 2, level 3 classification in January 2020. Before that, it was show of force, use of force, serious use of force. So I think we get a taste of what you're describing in the annual report that covered 16, 17, 18, 19. If you haven't seen that, that is also on the APD website. And that was nice once we had that data validated, cleaned up a bit, we were able to see 4 years worth of data. The sheer number of force cases have increased in those 4 years. But sort of, you know, to the discussion earlier, does that mean force cases are actually going up? Does it mean maybe officers are getting better at recognizing and reporting when they use force? It's tough to say the why sometimes. So I think you're right. And even with the change between, you know, use and show, and now level 1, 2, 3, some things are still consistent, right? So the OBRD capture is a consistent variable. We haven't changed how we define that. So I think we can start to see, right? Like if this is our outcome variable, I think this looks pretty good. If the CASA is our intervention and this is our outcome variable, I think this can tell us the CASA is doing what it should do as it relates to OBRD capture. The concern would be going back pre-CASA, I think. So it's never as clear cut as you would hope. So I think for some things, the answer is, yes, we can look at that. Other things, it's no, we can't. You know, policies change, the way we define things has changed, and that does make it a little messier. Other questions or comments? Okay, just a couple last pieces, still with the OBRD. I had mentioned earlier, I really view this as a success with multiple players at APD, including internal affairs, force, internal affairs professional standards. The role they play is when we do see potential misconduct related to the OBRD, following up on that. So since 2016, we had 842 allegations. That's not necessarily cases or officers, that's allegations. One officer can have multiple allegations within a case. And 57% of the OBRD allegations were sustained. And then here's the discipline imposed when an allegation was sustained. So leading discipline was verbal reprimand, followed by letter of reprimand, administratively closed. I was also curious to see if we were engaging in progressive discipline. That's the ideal, right? So I found officers with repeated, I defined repeated as 3 or more allegations across 2 dates. So if you get 3 allegations on your first file, that's not really progressive, right? That's all at once. So I found officers where they had 3 or more allegations that were sustained across 2 or more dates, and tried to make this intuitive color coding. So I'll walk you through a couple examples, but basically green is good, red is bad, right? So green is, it was administratively closed, a lighter punishment. Red is very bad, you were suspended. There might even be a terminated in here. So what we should see is green, yellow, orange, red. So again, these officer numbers on the far left have nothing to do with any personal identifying information. It's not badge or payroll or anything like that. This is a completely random made up number that our database gives me. So officer at the very top, 721. So January of 16, he was sustained, given a verbal reprimand. Then he was given counseling. And then 2 were administratively closed. The officer below him, number 1, started with administratively closed and then given 3 verbals. when I had this conversation with FRB, they brought up a couple factors that I had not considered that I'd really like to look closer at. I think I'm getting there with this visualization, but they reminded me not all OBRD violations are of the same severity, right? So there's the different sanctions. So that could explain why we don't see a beautiful rainbow going from green, yellow, orange, red in all of these cases. So I do want to circle back to this when I've got some time and factor severity in to see if we get a clearer picture of progressive discipline with the OBRD at APD. So I know this was a ton. I really liked your questions. I enjoyed them. They made me think. So thank you. Anything that you would like to revisit, or I will follow up on the question about the sample size with the OBRD percentages. Is that causing some of those jumps? But anything else?
One thing that I was looking at this last slide, and so the question I had was, looking at the rainbow, looking at the different colors, are any of these disciplinary actions, do any of them, what are permanent on an officer's record versus what would roll off? And you may not be able to answer that because I know you're the data person, but I was wondering out of curiosity how we could determine that, or if that's possible, if this can indicate, what is considered a permanent record type thing versus what would roll off.
So thank you for giving me an out, because it's true. I'm the data person, and that's more of a process or a policy question. I'm not sure if any of our commanders can speak up to that, because I really don't know.
Okay.
Hi, this is Commander Zach Cottrell. I can answer that. So for what stays on their card to be used for progressive discipline, a sanction 6 or 7 that is sustained can be used for progressive discipline for a year. Sanction 5 can be used for 2 years, and then a sanction 1 through 4 can be used throughout their career to enhance or for progressive discipline. So that's kind of where you're going to see when it was imposed compared to the subsequent violation being used for progressive discipline.
Okay, and Command and Control, if I can just kind of expand on that just a little bit for one quick question. Thanks for answering that. As far as the transfer officers that come into APD, they transfer from somewhere else. When you're looking at their record, you're looking at, whether or not they've had infractions and things like that. What severities are you looking at to where it may preclude you from wanting to hire that officer versus an officer that you would say, well, this is worth the risk, or this is something that's kind of moot and we can move forward with, if you could answer that.
That actually I can't answer. I'm not involved in the hiring processes. Yeah, sorry.
Okay, no problem. That maybe that will be a question for the policy subcommittee. So thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Commander. That was like phone a friend. Thank you. Other questions or comments, insights? I like doing this stuff, and you all made me think with your questions. So thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for letting me come here this evening, and I hope you all have a lovely evening.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jacobs, and I'll say for myself anyway, I really hope to have you here to explain this. I reviewed this before the meeting, and I think this is much more insightful with your background put into it. So I really appreciate it, and I can tell that you love what you do and you do good work. So thank you.
Oh, thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, that concludes item number 4, the second quarter force report, and that also concludes the APD department report. Moving on to item B, we have report from City Council, Mr. Chris Sylvan. Thank you for being with us.
Good evening, Chair Olivas and Honorable Board. Chris Sylvan with the Albuquerque City Council. I don't have that robust of a report. I thought that data presentation was excellent. So here's my brief report. The council met on August 2nd, and I know I reported out that we were hoping for an in-person meeting, but that was squashed at the last minute just because of what's going on now with the Delta variant. And we're all in Zoom as well, just like your board is. Nothing really to report for this board from that council meeting. On Tuesday of this week, the Public Safety Committee meeting met, and the item that would be of particular interest to your board is OC-21-36. That's the 2020 Civilian Police Oversight Semi-Annual Report, which covers from July of 2020 to December 2020. And a motion was made by the council to send it to full council with a recommendation of receipt be noted. So, and that takes care of both the council report and the public safety report. I stand for questions, board members.
Seeing no questions from the board, Mr. Sylvan, as always, it's good to see you and thank you for your report. We'll look forward to seeing you next month.
Thank you.
And as Mr. Sylvan stated, that also concluded the public safety report for the Public Safety Subcommittee of the City Council. Item D, we have the Mayor's Office. Pastor David Walker, welcome to the meeting. Thank you.
Chair Olivas and Board, good afternoon, good evening to each of you. This month, I'd like to share with you, as some of you already may be aware, the Metro Crime Initiative, which brings key stakeholders and decision makers together at a time where they're able to share action items to close the gaps in the criminal justice system, as well as improve the ability to prevent and fight crime, began a few weeks ago with 5 sessions on July the 16th. The first session was introduction to the Metro Crime Initiative. The second session, which was on the 28th of July, was opportunities for early interventions. And knowing that no one holds all the blame or has the solution for everything, the MCI is a reflection of all of our #1 priority, which is crime. And so we're asking that you stand with us, that you support proposals that produce some real action items, as well as build unified approach to fix the gaps in the system to improve and prevent and reduce crime. You can watch online at One Albuquerque Media, YouTube or Facebook, or you can write into the Metro Crime at cabq.gov with ideas, questions, and inputs. Or you may even join us at the Albuquerque Museum located at 2000 Mountain Road Northwest for session 3, which will be detention, diversion, hearing on tomorrow, August the 12th at 2:30 through 4:30. Session 4, resources for victims, advocates, and offender reentry will be August the 27th at 3 to 5 p.m. Then our final session, career pipelines, will be on September the 9th, again at the Albuquerque Museum in the Ventana Room from 1:30 to 3 o'clock on the 9th of September. Again, as you already may have heard or read, the other point I'd like to make this evening is with the increase in crime in Albuquerque and staffing shortages in the Albuquerque Police Department starting in September, a new department, the Albuquerque Community Safety Department, I'm sure you're familiar with it, will begin responding to mental and behavior related calls. The goal of the Community Safety Program is to relieve officers from responding to these type of calls when it's not appropriate and send someone from the ACS who have a background in behavioral health, social work, counseling, and which allow the police officers to concentrate on fighting crime. If you have any questions in regards to this new department, I encourage you to contact the director, Mariela Ruiz Angel at the City Hall. And Brother Chair, that's all I have for the month.
Thank you, Pastor Walker. Any questions from board members? Yes, French.
Pastor Walker, I appreciate all the information you've given us. And yes, that ACS, that new division that they're implementing. She did come and speak at one of the subcommittee meetings, but my question to you is, what is being done to address the homicides? I would like an update on that, because as you know, that's been in the news. They keep going up. So I know there has to be some initiative, but could you update us on what is being done about the growth on homicides, public safety wise?
Again, the Albuquerque Police Department is doing all that it possibly can to fight crime within the city, even in regards to the number of homicides in the community. One of the things that you again are familiar with is the shot spotter program that will help officers to respond to those areas where shots are being fired. Again, we're not knowing where all crime takes place, not being able to be at the same place at the same time, not able to follow crime all around the city. The best that we can do is to make sure that we arrest and apprehend those people that are involved in crimes, get as many off the street as we possibly can, because those are ones that seem to be repeat offenders and continue to commit crime within our community. So the Albuquerque Police Department is doing whatever we can and all that we can to address these issues of crime, including homicides and other criminal activity in our city.
Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Not seeing anything further. Pastor Walker, thank you as always for being with us and look forward to seeing you next month.
Thank you all for having me.
Item E, we have the city attorney's office. I believe we have Mr. Pacheco here.
Hello, Carlos Pacheco here. I don't really have a lot to update. We continue to work on the CASA provisions. And so that's a heady process. I think we're implementing some new policies and procedures with APD that are going to move us forward as far as the discipline process. And I could tell you, I spend a lot of time doing thorough analysis of their policies and procedures. And so hopefully that'll move us along in a positive way. So I don't have much beyond that, but I will stand for questions.
Any questions from the board? Thank you for being with us tonight, Mr. Pacheco. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
With the CPCs, we have Kelly Mensah. Welcome, Kelly.
Thank you, Chair Olivas and the Honorable Board. Hope it's been a nice week. We've had a busy time over the last month. As many of you know, we have generated some publicity in the Albuquerque Journal, and this has gone even outside of the city limits out to the IMR team and throughout APD and in other ways. I've been in personal contact with Colleen Heald, who has been attending our Foothills meetings, looking at our website, looking at our recommendations, and she's becoming sort of a CPC file. So that's been good. And we are definitely generating some heat, if nothing else, with the Albuquerque Journal. So that's been one thing. We have been going over our guidelines, adding new sections and taking out things that are no longer applicable. For instance, we've worked on our mission statement. That's going to go up when it gets voted upon at the end of the month at the Council of Chairs meeting. We have had a new definition of community policing we're going to use. We've made some additions to the welcome packet. We have gone over the duties of the Council of Chairs as we've had extra, what would I say, uses for the Council of Chairs over the last couple of months that nobody really expected happening before. So that's been good. But you can't prepare for everything. We realize that. So we're going over a new definition of exactly what the council can do, what it can't do, and what it should be doing. We are getting back into our 5 committees. We have 5 committees made up of council members, and we're also adding neighborhood volunteers if they want to. So we're going to get back into this and hopefully move forward in 5 different ways as far as marketing the council, as far as accountability and diversity and et cetera. We have broken down our recommendation system into 3 different types, which are referrals and recommendations, which go to the APD, referrals, which do not go to other agencies, and what can be taken as 311 calls, recommendations for 311 calls to the general public. We put in 3 new recommendations over the last month. Number 1 was the appearance of police vehicles. We have 5 or 6 different color schemes for police cars around Albuquerque right now, and our recommendation was to uniform all police vehicles. And the chief thought it was a good idea. He said it's going to take a little time before that's possible. We just put in 2 new recommendations on equipping police vehicles with moving radar systems, and also a change in traffic implementation plans. That is looking for people who are doing illegal things at the stoplights, because that may turn up positive benefits with getting people doing other things. So those are our 3 new recommendations. We've had 5 new committee members over the last month. We've updated our website for requirements to serve, and also the recommendations page. And we have now where you type your address in on the what do you call it, the district map to see which command you're really in, because before that you had to kind of look at an odd map and figure it out. So that was a good step. And we've also sent a letter to the mayor and to the city council wanting to be involved in the Vision Zero discussions. That is about traffic and right of way and that sort of thing. And Jeanette Carrillo has given us 2 representatives from APD to speak on these issues in October. So this is pretty much what we've been doing for the last month. I stand for questions.
Vice Chair Galloway.
And Kelly, thanks for efficiency and detail as ever. You are certainly an asset, and I appreciate you. Is there any update or further conversation that we should be aware of regarding this letter from Vicki Williams to Judge Browning and the role of the CPC as part of the CPOA?
We are going to go over that at the Council of Chairs. As you can imagine, there's a lot of different opinion on that right now. And, some of our council chairs are, I would say, more conservative than others, and some are a little more, they want to do things in a different way. So we've gotten to voting on everything. And at this point, I will probably have more information on that next month.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Anything else from board members? I did want to ask you one question, Kelly, about the meeting that you all had with the mayor's office. I believe that was something you were going to do in this last month. Did that happen? And can you give us any update on that?
Yeah, it did happen. I think there was some progress made on both sides. The mayor and the mayor's staff promised to keep us more involved and more in the loop as far as what's happening in the city. So everyone got on the mayoral distribution list. So they're getting a lot more information from the city recently. And what else came of that? I'd forgotten that happened this month, but we did do that. And well, we also came up with the opportunity to speak to the mayor, and well, it was a good meeting. It was productive, and at this point, for our yearly meeting with the mayor, I think it was definitely a good step.
Thanks, Kelly. I didn't mean to put you on the spot there. You have a lot going on, so
I forgot that actually happened this month. That must have been like 3.5 weeks ago. I figured I presented on that last month, but
Right.
we did have that. It was for the second week in July. So.
Well, just speaking as a former CPC member, I think that's great. That's, as far as I know, that's a first for many, many years. With prior administrations, I know that it was attempted to arrange those meetings and didn't occur. So that's progress, and I'm glad that happened, and glad to hear that dialogue is continuing. Anything else from the board here on CPCs? As always, we really appreciate your time and everything you're doing to help the CPCs, Kelly and Martisa as well. So thank you all, and have a good night.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Have a good weekend.
And our final department report here, item G, is from the CPOA. Director Harness is not with us tonight, I don't believe. He's on vacation. Staff members present, do you know if there's anyone designated to give any kind of report? We did receive the director's written report, and that was reviewed, and I'm sure that could suffice.
Not to my knowledge, Charlie does.
Okay, very good. So members of the board do have the report available in their board packet. I suggest you review that if you haven't already, and we can certainly ask any questions on that, follow up via email or with the director himself, or at the next meeting. Member Mitchell.
Yeah, the question I had was Director Harness had indicated some additional costs associated with lengthy meetings, and I wasn't clear exactly what that was about. I'm certainly in favor of not having lengthy meetings, but I didn't realize that we were incurring additional costs to the agency when we did that. And I don't know if any of the staff people are prepared to tell us a little bit more about that and how that happens.
I won't ask any staff to go on record if you don't want to, but if you have anything to add, feel free.
Just what was relayed to us from accounts payable, that the contract amount that was set for fiscal year 21 exceeded the dollar amount that was agreed on. So we set so much out of the budget aside for closed captioning, and with the amounts of meetings and special meetings exceeded the dollar amount on the contract. I don't know if that's helpful or if you have questions that I could try to answer.
Well, it's helpful. Yeah, it's helpful. I don't have anything.
Vice Chair Galloway had her hand raised, and then member, I'll get you next.
Thank you.
I don't know where that's coming from. So Katrina, just, did we actually need to make up that difference, or was it we exceeded what was agreed upon? Hey, you need to budget more next year, or keep this in mind? My first question, since you brought that up.
I'm thinking that just to be mindful of the contract amount, if, of course, with Zoom meetings, it goes a little bit longer because everyone has to take turns talking, and maybe take into consideration for the upcoming years to add more to the contract.
Okay, that's good to know. The thing that maybe we might want to consider as a board is having some kind of a policy in place where if we're coming up to a certain amount, we're notified about that in advance instead of after the fact. That probably would be prudent for us to know. And then it's something that a former board member had brought up in the past, Joanne Fine, about maybe having a budget presentation to the board. And so we know, because kind of like Director Harness saying that this is the first time in 5 years that this has happened. This is the first time in very nearly 4 years that I've even heard that we were paying for this. So I think we probably need to know more about the finances and the budgeting of the agency and then have some kind of a safety net in place for when we're coming up to legal fee amounts that are getting excessive. That's happened recently, or like in this case, that might be something that we want to consider having on the agenda for next month to be able to do something about.
And I'm not sure, I know the budget that he presents to you guys every fiscal year, I believe it's identified as a contract that's paid out of the CPOA budget. I can go back to the past spreadsheets that he's provided you guys and confirm or not, and also have a response for you next month.
And it may be in there. It's just how much do we know? Meeting once a month, you know, obviously we're not going to have the expertise or the need, the awareness to flag certain categories. So
Sure.
it may be good to be more active with that.
And it's just, I did speak to New Mexico Captioning. It's out of their control of how long a meeting's going to go. I mean, we still have to pay them for their services that are required by ADA. So.
Member Armijo Pruitt was next, and then Member French and Member Nixon.
So I was just wondering, and I don't know, Katrina, if you have the answer or anyone cares to jump in, but are our meetings actually, like if we were to add up all of our meeting times, we had exceedingly long meetings in person too. Are they significantly longer? I mean, was the same amount allocated last year as this year as last year, and now we're already met in, you know, August? We've expended what was expended in the whole year last year. Is that what's being conveyed?
I could do the comparison to past records and see. I know just from experience of the meetings for this fiscal year, every meeting was for an extended amount of time. In the past, it was kind of a hit and miss. Sometimes we stayed late and then sometimes we were out by 7:30. So it just seems this past fiscal year, we had more that were running into about 10:30, 11 o'clock at night.
I might have joined after the 7:30s were happening, but I hear you. The other question is, like, at this point, so what happens, like in my experience with budgets and running programs, it would be, okay, you look at where things are and you do a bar and you would reallocate funds from some other spot and then you're set. But are we talking about something where we actually need to say, like, that doesn't happen, the money's gone, so we can't meet? I mean, like, what happens in this case where the funds are running out?
So I'm actually in touch with the procurement process and trying to figure out the next steps from here. So I don't necessarily have an answer for you right now, but I am inquiring about that question.
Thank you.
I believe Member French had her hand raised next.
Thank you. I just, you know, I saw that and that was a concern of mine. So Katrina, what you're saying, it's due to, this is the contract that we have with New Mexico Capturing, you say, is that when we went over, is that what he's talking about, just that specific contract? Yes? Okay.
Yes, sorry.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay. So my point is this. I don't see us saying we're going to cut our meeting short. We're going to do what we have to do. At our last meeting, we were talking about how many cases we have yet to review. And so I would recommend and strongly suggest that the budget be raised. And being that we have to do them by Zoom, we've had other issues come up, the director's contract, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I just say that I'm not willing to cut our meetings short or even to consider it. So I don't know what they have to do with the budget to increase it, but whatever it takes, that's what I would recommend and strongly suggest.
Sure. I don't think the intention was to say you guys need to cut your meetings down, just the communication of the budget and the meetings and just making you aware of it, I believe was the intention.
Okay, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Member Nixon.
I think at this point, especially given this the format of our meetings and stuff, it may behoove us to put our heads together and see if there are some efficiencies that can be gained in different places, to see where, we can save time, which would leave maybe a little bit more time for quality time. So that's all I'm suggesting is, maybe we can just put our heads together and see where we can get a bit efficient on this platform in its use.
Member Johnson.
Actually, I was on the same thing. If there's any recommendations on how we can, just what Nixon said, because I'm learning that when I'm just now coming on, and I'm going to make this fast. Just kidding. Okay. Through training, and pretty much training myself. There's people that have offered help, and you guys have been wonderful. But I'm starting to learn how to review these policies and have them reviewed, so that way when I come, we're ready to vote. Learning how to get a 4-binder notebook, which was given to me by Chantel, the idea, and I'm writing these cases down and writing these meetings down. So just little things to streamline it, I think would be very helpful if we have a lot of this stuff done beforehand. That way we can just come and be efficient and be ready. So I was on the same thing as Nixon. So thank you for allowing my input.
Any other questions or comments from the board on this topic or anything else in the director's report? Just to cap that one, as chair, I do set the agendas for the meeting, and obviously I play the role of referee at the meetings. I said this when I started, and of course a lot of our newer members weren't here, so I'll say something to the effect of this again. I'm always open to suggestions for how I can run the meetings more efficiently, or how we as a group can do so. And any ideas that members or staff or members of the public might have for things that should be changed, things that could be streamlined, I'm always open, ready to hear ideas and try ideas. And we may try things and they don't work. We can always go back to the way things were, or try something different again. So, open to suggestions to how we can make things more streamlined. But at the same time, I was just thinking of this last year and sort of all the difficulties we faced as a board and as a community with the pandemic and learning how to use Zoom and all of this sort of stuff. So I think it's also not a huge surprise that we've come to this point where, our meetings are maybe a little bit longer and we're using some resources that we didn't expect. Wouldn't be the first organization that found a hidden cost or a hidden challenge of the pandemic. So that's all I've got. Member Emil Pruitt, did you have something?
Yeah, just real quickly, it seems to me, if I think about a lot of our longer meetings, they've been closed sessions that have really gone long, right? But that's exempt from captioning. So are we talking about, you don't caption that. Is it the presence of folks at the time that because we're are we paying for them with the longer time because it's the time they're there, not the amount they're captioning?
Correct. So it's the time they don't, because you guys come back, they have to have staff available to close out and close caption the GovTV. No one gets to leave until you adjourn. Sure. So we're being charged for those extensive closed session times as well, because their staff is just on standby.
Okay, and is there a time limit that we have where, because this is the captioning, it's for the live feed, is that correct? I mean, that's the function of having them wait, it's because we need the captioning for the live
because of the ADA requirements.
Right, but the ADA requirements for the live feed, particularly in that, I'm like, there's a time constraint on it, is what I'm saying, because otherwise we could ask them to caption it after the fact and then post them.
No, it would have to be live.
It has to be live.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Seeing no further comments or questions from the board, as I said, Member Vice Chair Galloway.
I'm so sorry. Tina, is there any way that we could hold special meetings for those closed session items that tend to be lengthier and not have to have it live, since that would be the only item on the agenda?
Chair Olivas, Vice Chair Galloway, yes, that's something the board could look into if that's how the board would like to proceed in limiting the closed captioning costs.
Thank you.
Anything else from the board? Again, I'm happy to keep the conversation going offline. If folks have ideas or suggestions, let's reconvene on this. Email, let's talk and figure out how we can be more efficient. Always something I want to do, and I'm sure we all do as well. So that concludes item G and item 5, reports from city departments. And we'll go ahead and move on to, item 6. We'll go ahead and move on to item 7, request for reconsideration. We do have one case, case number 029-21. Do we have a motion on this case? And let me step back here. Usually, and I'll go ahead and do this again. Usually we ask our legal counsel just to give us a brief guide as to how to deal with these requests. This is a request for reconsideration. So a request for an appeal is another way to read that. Councilor Gooch.
Chair Olivas, Honorable Board, there are 3 bases for the board to consider whether or not to grant a request for reconsideration. The first is whether a policy was misapplied in the evaluation of the complaint, i.e. the APD policy or policies that were considered by the board were the wrong policies or they were used in the wrong way. 2, the findings or recommendations were arbitrary, capricious, or constituted an abuse of discretion, i.e. the APD policy or APD policies considered by the board were chosen randomly. They do not address the issues in the complaint, or the findings of the board had no explanation that would lead to the conclusion made by the board. Or 3, the findings and recommendations were not consistent with the record evidence, i.e. the findings were not supported by the evidence that was available to the board at the time of the investigation.
Thank you, Ms. Gooch. Hopefully that gives members a little refresher on how we consider these cases and what the criteria are. So at this point, we are not considering an appeal directly. We are considering whether to consider an appeal. That's kind of a mouthful, but we're considering whether to grant an appeal. If we did so, we would then schedule the actual request for reconsideration or the appeal case at the next meeting where the individual appealing the case and the agency, the APD, and others involved would be offered time to present their case for an appeal. That being said, do we have a motion on this case 029-21?
I move that we don't grant this appeal.
Second.
Any discussion on this item? The motion by Vice Chair Galloway is to deny the appeal. So a vote in the affirmative would be to deny. Yes, Member Armijo Pruitt.
Just real quickly, this was the case that last month we had asked that the complainant be given direction directly to the things that would be required for an appeal to be made. And then the nature of the responses from that complainant didn't have anything to do with these things, correct? That's okay. I just want to make sure I didn't miss anything, but.
And I'm not sure, I believe the full board was CC'd on those emails, but I can confirm that those emails were sent promptly after the meeting.
Yeah, thank you.
So we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion here? Not seeing any. Again, reminder, a vote in the affirmative is to deny the appeal. Yes, Member Nixon.
Yeah, I just kind of wanted to say into this. I was looking at this case, and it's the communication process. You know, when someone files a complaint or does something to, and I'm talking more about the allegations that she had made in needing assistance from the detective. It seems like this is kind of a communication breakdown. So in light of what we're doing here, I just wanted to kind of point that out, that there definitely is some sort of communication. It's kind of interesting, and I'll bring that up at some point. I'm curious to see if some sort of SOP or some sort of standard or policy has been changed in light of this, in consideration of this, especially given, you know, the rape kits and things like that that are still kind of lingering out there in the thousands. just wanted to say that.
Thank you, Member Nixon. Anything else from the board? All right, sorry, one more time, a vote in the affirmative will be to deny the appeal. Ms. Barela, could you please call the roll?
Yes. Member Armijo-Peret?
Yes.
Member French?
Yes.
Member Galloway?
Yes.
Member Johnson?
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass?
Yes.
Member Mitchell?
Yes.
Member Nixon?
Yes.
Member Olivas?
Yes.
And that motion passed unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barela. That concludes item 7, request for reconsideration. Item number 8 takes us to our review of cases. We have several categories here, and per our agenda, we'll start with category A, administratively closed cases. Before we move into this category, we do have one complainant that is in the waiting room who has asked to speak on the case. The case number is case 121-21, and the complainant is Mr. Blandon. If Mr. Blandon would like to speak, we would welcome you at this time and ask that you limit your comments to, I believe, Katrina, correct me if I'm wrong, is it 5 minutes?
That is correct. He should be joining shortly.
Welcome, Mr. Blandon. Can you hear me? Yes, Mr. Blandon, welcome to the meeting here. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, I think we've got a bit of a lag in the connection there. Okay, I think we've got
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. So, Mr. Blandon, you might consider, let's see here. Yeah, you might consider changing devices, or you may try without video if that might improve the connection.
Let me see if I can do that. I might have signal from my phone.
Chair Olivas, he's coming in through a different device.
Thank
you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I believe we have a better connection there.
Okay. I got volume up, so I'm not sure where I'm coming from or what feed, but I'm just going to go ahead. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I think we have a good connection now. Just to recap here, in case you didn't hear, we are reviewing your case 121-2. You'll have 5 minutes to speak before the board, and our staff members will be timing you. Go ahead. Thank you. Go ahead. Thank you.
Okay. So I just wanted to, I guess I'm just going to dive in. If you can hear me okay. I just wanted to talk, I guess, if I'm going to condense it down, I have a lot of material to go through, but if I'm going to condense it down, I guess I'd have to address my main concern would be the dishonesty of the police officers involved with the DUI checkpoint and its procedures and its protocols. I was stopped on my way home from Albuquerque, I believe it was Mark Pearl, and I was with my girlfriend. I was driving her vehicle, completely licensed and legitimate. I don't drink. I had attended an AA meeting that morning. I have a 1-year coin here and 11 signatures that all placed me at that meeting that very morning, Friday at 11 o'clock. I'm support of the community of non-drinkers as well as non-drinking and drivers. So when I pulled up to the DUI checkpoint, I'm originally from Washington State, and you know, it was completely like a traumatic experience. There was a hardcore, I mean, absolute hardcore escalation. The officer's first 2 questions when I rolled down the window was, how much have you had to drink, or why do I smell alcohol in the vehicle, and how much have you had to drink? It was accusing me and asking the question the same, and it was very intense and very aggressive. And so both of my pastors, both Lord, we said that we don't drink. All we had as far as items in the car were 2 water bottles. And he said, well, why do I smell alcohol in the vehicle? And he wouldn't take our honest answer. He wouldn't accept it. And so it was obvious to me that this guy was careless. He was very aggressive in interrogation. It was obvious to me that he was running a false narrative in order to blur, I guess, the lines of search and seizure, you know, and that he had picked me, profiled me as an individual that possibly a criminal. It's, you know, I've been targeted before. It's kind of regular. It happens to me a lot. But so I was completely like terrified. I was absolutely terrified. And, you know, my filter wasn't on. I had tunnel. My girlfriend had completely disappeared. I was hyper focused. And you know, he wouldn't take. You know, he was, in my opinion, he was putting me in harm's way by running his false narrative and lying about the smell of alcohol in my vehicle. He mentioned it was cologne or something, and I told him that he was lying. He was, you know, and his fake narrative smelled like bullshit. You know, I know it didn't help the situation, but like I said, I was terrified at that point, and he did nothing to escalate the situation. And it just dawned on me that I needed help. I needed de-escalation. I needed a supervisor. So I called 911. I've only called 911 twice in life. The first time I called 911, it was a group of officers that came to my house and wanted to search the place. They were aggressive, and I was escalated, and I feared for my life, just like I feared for my life this time. And so I called 911, and the 911 operator assured me that I had done the right thing, and that while I was in the home with her, it was safe. And I guessed the way. And that while I was waiting for a supervisor to come to my location, to back off like 20-something feet. I'm not sure exactly how far, but he did. He did exactly what he said. And it took me time to de-escalate. And by the time the supervisor got there, it had been like 10 minutes. I had de-escalated to a point where I could talk, and you know, I was comfortable. I'm not too good under pressure. But so the supervisor came and talked to me, and he gave me respect, told me what was going on. There was my nephew's girlfriend and her mom said that she might be there. I told him that I hadn't seen my nephew in months, hadn't seen his girlfriend, and you know, like at the end of the conversation, we shook hands. He took all of his options away, and it was a good situation. But I've just noticed, you know.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, sir. I just wanted to let you know you've got about 10 seconds left, so if you can wrap up your thoughts.
Oh wow! So yeah, so it was completely escalated. If I could, I guess, you know, if I could skip forward all the way until, you know, they all lied in their report and say that they gave me a whole bunch of time to de-escalate. From the time I exited the vehicle to the time I got slammed on the ground and assaulted before that was 2 minutes. it was just 2 minutes, and they all describe in their reports giving me several minutes, 6 minutes. Officer Smith grabbed me by the arm and he started manipulating my arm. I was wondering at the time, like, what's going on? It was weird to me, but he was using my arm as a prop.
Thank you,
in
sir.
order to
I
like
appreciate your story.
enact a struggle.
Apologize to have to cut you off here, but we do have to abide by our timelines here, and appreciate you joining us tonight and giving your side of what happened here, and one way or another how the board
That
decided
was
tonight. You'll receive a letter in the mail that will detail the findings.
I just think you guys can be effective with 5 minutes.
Okay, so this begins our review of administratively closed cases. Cases in this category are 065-21, 091-21, the case we just heard about, 121-21, 124-21, and 126-21.
Move that we approve the findings of the administratively closed cases.
Second.
We have a motion by Vice Chair Galloway and a second by Dr. Cass. Any discussion on these cases?
Yeah, Eric, quick question on this one the gentleman just gave. It said in the findings that there was no jurisdiction for the APD officers in this case. Did I read that right?
I believe the officer in question was state police, so our agency does not have jurisdiction over state police, only APD officers. So I believe the complaint letter will spell that out for the complaint.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further on this case or any of the others in this this group?
Eric, did you say that the complaint letter would advise him of that? Did it advise him, refer him to the correct agency? Because he seemed to believe that they're still under APD's jurisdiction.
Yes, I believe the letter says something to that effect about you know, how to file a complaint with state police or the website where to do so. I believe I recall that. Yes, Dr. Cass.
If I could, yeah, in fact, I'm looking at the letter. And in part it says the CPOA investigator emailed Mr. Blandon informing him of the information and provided him with a web link to file a complaint with NMSP. Mr. Blandon responded with a request for a copy of the complaint he submitted, which the CPOA investigator provided by email. So it seems to me that he, according to this findings letter, that not only was he informed, but he was aware of the information.
Thank you for clearing that up, Dr. Cass. Anything further? Seeing, yes, member.
Dr. Cass, repeat that. I got kicked off and got back on really quickly. That clarification.
Yes, may I go ahead?
Yes, Dr. Cass.
It says the CPOA investigator emailed Mr. Blandon informing him of the information regarding this officer being a member of the state police and provided him with a web link to file a complaint with the New Mexico State Police. Mr. Blandon responded with a request for a copy of the complaint he submitted, which the CPOA investigator provided via email.
All right. Anything further from the board? Seeing nothing further, Ms. Borrella, could you please call the roll? An affirmative vote here is to adopt the agency findings in these administratively closed cases.
Yes. Member Armijo Pruitt?
Yes.
Member French?
Yes.
Member Galloway?
Yes.
Member Johnson?
Yes.
Thank you. Member Dr. Cass?
Yes.
Member Mitchell?
Yes.
Member Nixon?
Yes.
Member Olivas?
Yes.
That motion passed unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Borrella. That takes us to item B, administratively closed and exonerated. We have one case in this category, case number 043-21. Do we have a motion on this item?
I move that we accept the findings of case 043-21.
Second.
We have a motion by Vice Chair Galloway, a second by Member Armijo Pruitt. Any discussion on case 043-21? Seeing none, Ms. Barela, will you please call the roll?
Member Armijo Pruitt,
Yes.
Member French,
Yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Johnson,
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass,
Yes.
Member Mitchell,
Yes.
Member Nixon,
Yes.
Member Olivas,
Yes.
and that motion passed unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barela. Item C is case 038-21 with findings of exonerated, unfounded, and not sustained. Do we have a motion on this item?
Motion to accept the findings of 038-21.
Second.
We have a motion by Vice Chair Galloway and a second by Member Armijo Pruitt. Any discussion on this case? Seeing none, Ms. Barela, would you please call the roll?
Member Armijo Pruitt,
Yes.
thank you. Member French,
Yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Johnson,
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass,
Yes.
Member Mitchell,
Yes.
Member Nixon,
Yes.
Member Olivas.
Yes.
Thank you, and that motion passed unanimously.
Thank you, Ms. Barela. Takes us to item D, case 061-21 with agency recommended findings of exonerated, unfounded, and sustained. Do we have a motion on this case?
Motion to approve the findings of 061-21.
Second.
A motion by Vice Chair Galloway and a second by Member Armijo Pruitt. Any discussion on this case? Seeing none, Ms. Barela, would you please call the roll?
Yes. Member Armijo Pruitt,
Yes.
Member French,
Yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Johnson,
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass,
Yes.
Member Mitchell,
Yes.
Member Nixon,
Yes.
Member Olivas.
Yes.
Thank you, and that motion passed unanimously.
Thank you. Item C, case number 109-21 with findings of sustained. Do we have a motion in this case?
Motion to approve the findings of 109-21.
Second.
We have a motion by Vice Chair Galloway and a second by Dr. Cass. Any discussion on this case? Seeing none, Ms. Barela, will you please call the roll?
Yes. Member Armijo Pruitt,
Yes.
Member French,
Yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Johnson,
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass,
Yes.
Member Mitchell,
Yes.
Member Nixon,
Yes.
Member Olivas.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed unanimously.
And our final category tonight, case number 112-21, findings of unfounded. Do we have a motion in this case?
Motion to approve the findings of case 112-21.
Second.
We have a motion by Vice Chair Galloway and a second by Member Armijo Pruitt. Any discussion on this case? Seeing none, Ms. Barela, could you please call the roll?
Yes. Member Armijo Pruitt,
Yes.
thank you. Member French,
Yes.
thank you. Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Johnson,
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass,
Yes.
Member Mitchell,
Yes.
Member Nixon,
Yes.
Member Olivas.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed unanimously.
Thank you, Ms. Barela. That concludes our review of cases. Item number 8. I should have said this before we reviewed these, but just for the public's information here, I did want to just make a quick statement about what these are when we review these cases, and I'll try to do this more regularly before so. But our board reviews the complaint findings letters of the agency investigative staff. So the CPOA investigators investigate complaints, and then our board members individually review each one of those cases. And then we vote whether or not to adopt those findings or dispense with them in some other ways, which may include sending them back to the agency for further investigation or changing the findings in some way. So that's what we're doing here tonight with these cases that we just approved the findings letters for. Our next item is serious use of force cases, officer-involved shootings, but it is 7:05 at the current time, and this is typically about the time that we take our break. If it please the board, we could take a 10-minute break and reconvene here at 7:15. Seeing no objections, we'll be back here at 7:15, everyone. Welcome back. This is a meeting of the City of Albuquerque Civilian Police Oversight Agency Board. I am the chair of the board, Eric Olivas speaking. We are reconvening from a brief recess, and we will resume with our serious use of force cases, officer-involved shooting cases. These are cases that have been reviewed by the Force Review Board with APD. Findings have been reached in those cases by the Force Review Board, and those findings have also been reviewed by the Civilian Police Oversight Agency. And one of the final steps in the process is for the board to complete its review of these cases. The board reviews the findings of the FRB, and the board may also request additional information, additional files, as it has in some cases tonight. So with that, we'll go ahead and start with case A19-00777270. And I will go ahead and recognize Dr. Cass to introduce this case and the agency's findings.
Thank you. So this, I can read the director's findings, or at least a description of the case as presented in the director's findings. And then I have, would like to introduce a motion, and at which time we can have some discussion about the review of this case. I recognize that there were a number of problems accessing information, and we're going to have a discussion about that later when we get to the agenda item dealing with the selection of next month's cases. But hopefully there was enough ability by board members to review this case and go forward with our own assessment of the outcome. But let me describe the case. It was a situation where the victim, Mr. S, was suspected of waving and pointing a weapon at vehicles as they passed his location at the bus stop at 340 Eubank Northeast. Officers 1 through 7 approached the subject from the north with a force array in a flank line formation. Officers failed to provide themselves any cover from potential gunfire from a suspect that was reportedly waving and pointing a weapon at vehicles as they passed by. Officers began shouting commands at Mr. S, with which he did not comply. As Mr. S moved from a lying position on the sidewalk to a seated position on the bus stop bench, he reached toward his waistband. Officer 1 then fired his handgun. Officers 2 fired his rifle. Officer 3 fired his rifle. Officer 4 attempted to fire his rifle, but had not chambered around. And Officer 5 fired his 40 millimeter rifle. Mr. S died at the scene. I'll forego the director's finding at this point, but I just wanted to read that as a description of the case. And then what I've done is I've reviewed this case, and I would propose a motion that we send a letter to the chief of police with our findings, which in my case, if we adopt those, I find several troubling problems with this case. And so with that sort of preamble, I would like to just propose that I start this by moving that we adopt a letter of finding that, and I will read this so that we're operating from the same position. But in APD case 19-00777270, an officer-involved shooting case from August 22nd, 2019, the Civilian Police Oversight Agency board members reviewed this case versus the relevant Albuquerque Police Department standard operating procedures in effect at the time. The board discussed this case at the August 12th, 2021 meeting. By majority vote, the board, and this is where we have to decide whether we concur or not concur with the findings of the Force Review Board on June 11th of 2020. And I've listed the areas that are also listed in the Force Review, in the IA investigative findings presentation, which is the PowerPoint file that you all had an opportunity to review. And then in addition to that PowerPoint file, there's the Force Review Board report, which may or may not support what was given in the PowerPoint review. So those in both those reviews, there are categories of officer misconduct, and there are findings by the IA investigative agency, IAFD, IA Force Division. There are deficiency findings by both the IA Force Division and the FRB referrals. And then there are concerns which are expressed in IA findings and in the FRB finding. And so I would propose that we compare what we decide versus what was in the various categories that are suggested or that are listed in the IA PowerPoint presentation and in the FRB review of that PowerPoint presentation. So there's levels of review here, and I'm just trying to set the stage for those those levels of review. So without going into essentially the findings by the IA presentation were that there were no identifications of officer misconduct in the areas of policy violation, violation of criminal law, constitutional violations, violation of personnel rules, violation of administrative rules or regulations. And the FRB does not address those specifically. At least I could not find that in the FRB reports. And in the area of deficiencies, the IA findings were that there were no in terms of, I'll just read these, tactical deficiency, no tactical deficiencies. A training deficiency was identified. No deficiencies were identified in terms of policy, equipment, or supervision. The FRB referral was that there was a tactics deficiency, a training deficiency, a policy deficiency, equipment deficiency, and the supervision deficiency. So then there were concerns that were raised. There were no concerns except for a training concern raised by the IA review, but there were concerns that were raised by the FRB review. And I will read those from the FRB. So there were two meetings where this policy was considered. There was an April 23rd presentation by the IA Force Division to the FRB. And there was a referral then from the FRB that said IAFD in their report said IAFD will reopen investigation to address concerns of policy, tactics, training, equipment, and supervision. That is, IC not established, perimeter not established, equipment, for example, vehicle cover not utilized. What steps were taken to secure the scene and slow things down, and why wasn't this done? So that was the findings on April 23rd by the FRB. On June 10th at the FRB meeting, the referral said IAFD will reopen. Oh, and by the way, there was a deadline to answer these referrals from the April 23rd meeting on May 21st. On June 10th, at the FRB meeting, there was a referral that IAFD will reopen commander investigation to address concerns of policy, tactics, training, equipment, and supervision. That is the, well, I just read that, but so it was essentially the same items that they referred to back in the June or the April 23rd meeting. So it's essentially an identical statement that was put into the June 10th FRB meeting minutes. Along with that was a statement of action taken, which was the IAFD Commander X responded advising Sergeant Y, conducted further investigation by interviewing Officer Z and asking him why he did not use a vehicle for cover. The officers chose not to use the vehicle for cover due to the congested traffic to maneuver through. They also feared if the individual saw them coming in the SUV, he would engage the stop traffic. This is the thought process he went through to approach on foot rather than use the vehicle for cover. The verbal audio interview is attached in the file in IA Pro. And this was an update that was marked as being due on July 23rd. So, how this got into the June 10th report isn't quite clear to me. So, given these findings by the FRB and the IAFD, I would move that we would send a letter expressing these findings and our agreement or disagreement with these findings, and ask that APD respond in writing to our request, to our concerns, and present at our next regularly scheduled meeting their explanation of their findings in this case. So I've suggested that they be given 21 days to respond in writing to these concerns, and as yet to be identified by us, but respond in writing to our concerns, and then appear and explain to us what happened, or what was the justification for their findings, and stand for questions at that time. So that's kind of a long process, but with that, I think I would like to open this up for member discussion. If I can have a second to that motion.
I'll second your motion.
So if that's clear, I mean, it's clear that what we're asking for is a letter to the FRB, to the chief. This is a letter addressed to the chief to ask for an explanation for the IA findings and the FRB findings. So, I'm open for discussion. If you would like me, I can first give you the my concerns about this case, or I can wait until others have expressed their concerns. I don't want to, be the first necessarily, unless that's the process you'd like to follow.
So I see Member Johnson has his hand up. Member Johnson.
Thank you. Man, where do I start? I think my concern was that if they would have had a covered vehicle, then they may not have needed the force that was needed, because the man ended up dying. Another thing is I saw them flank on one side, but not on the other. And I also read it where it said that I heard them say, well, let's go like this so we can cover, if there's any traffic. But if the man was shooting where he had a gun, then I don't see how their bodies were a better alternative than pulling up some cars and securing the perimeter. So first, securing the perimeter, stopping traffic as far down as you need to. I know that area, maybe at the what's it called? The freeway, where you get off on the freeway, and maybe down past where Sam's Club is, that light. Maybe you just stop all traffic and you're able, because when they came up with this plan, I saw everybody with guns drawn, but I was like, well, that's kind of weird. If he has a gun, why is nobody really protecting themselves? And then two, I was like, well, why didn't they not bring anybody on the other side? So, there's a stop, there's a bus stop, and then there's everybody on this one side, but nobody on the other side. And then the other thing is when they approached him, I don't know how they drove up, but he was laying down. And I want to believe that it almost appeared like he was asleep. And with that being said, could it have been a lot quieter to roll up on him, because he didn't even recognize that they had ran out to the street. He didn't recognize it until they started yelling commands. Then he woke up and then he responded. Although I know that, I saw the CO2 cartridges and all that type of stuff that was on the floor. I went through all of it. So I think my concerns was more the cover vehicle and the tactical part side of it. I don't really know that much, but when he appeared to be asleep, man, if you wake me up, even at home, kind of yelling at me, it's going to startle me a little bit, so, and I'm not expecting you. So I think my concerns there, I would definitely agree with a letter to see what was going on there, because there was no covered vehicle, and it seemed like that there had to be some type of training deficiency that was going on here. I think those were my biggest concerns. And then too, when you pulled up and you didn't see the person waving the gun like it was reported, did you go in just with that thought in mind? Or when you roll up and you're coming from behind, you obviously see him laying down. So he's not saying that he didn't wave it. Also, I read that they had to cut it off of his waistband. Okay, so it was really, really attached to him. So there was just a lot of concerns on, did you go in with a premeditated plan? And I'm not a policeman, so I don't want to disregard their expertise, but these are the questions that came up for me. So I just wanted to start off the discussion with that. Thank you.
Other board members? Seeing none, Dr. Cass, I'll go back to you.
Yeah, so let me, my concern centered around two general areas. One is at roughly 3 o'clock, almost exactly 3 o'clock, the call, there were several officers from SWAT who were at the SWAT headquarters at Wyoming who responded to this call, and they joined field officers at a point near this bench, 150 or 200 yards away. So there was a mixed group, and from 3 o'clock to when they actually started to drive over there until 3:10 when the subject was killed, that was the total extent of the time together of this squad, which actually conducted the shooting. And so during that time, I looked through the officer interviews and the materials that we were given. I could find no evidence that a plan had been created as to how this was going to be conducted, other than to some recognition to protect the people in the area, recognizing that there was still traffic going by, but not having the time to stop the traffic. And there was also then no plan created for de-escalation. And let me be clear here that SOP 252, which is in effect at the time, is the use of force general, which was published in June of 2017. SOP 252-4A1, which is use of force requirements. Policing at times requires that an officer exercise control of a violent or resisting subject to make an arrest or to protect the officer, other officers, or members of the community from risk of imminent harm. Clearly, not every potential violent confrontation can be de-escalated. However, officers do have the ability to impact the direction and the outcome of any situations they handle based on their decision-making and the tactics they chose to employ. The officer should consider and use, where appropriate, de-escalation techniques. Paragraph 2, the following paragraph says, officers should continually assess the situation in order to increase an officer's ability to bring a situation to a safe, peaceful conclusion. This conclusion may be accomplished by using time, distance, information, isolation, teamwork, force array, coordination, and other techniques to maximize an officer's advantage. So that requires a plan. It requires a de-escalation plan. And I can find no indication in any of the interviews or this information that a de-escalation plan was created, let alone considered. I found no conversation in the interviews regarding de-escalation. And so it seems to me that this is a problem with the tactics that were used, which would be in violation of SOP 2-52. And I have a list of the appropriate paragraphs. I would also note that the group that was formed, this was not considered a tactical activation, even though I believe 3 or 4 of the officers were tactical members who joined the field in responding to this incident. So there also did not even, so as a result of that, this mixed group, I also couldn't find any evidence of who was leading, who was directing the activities of the group. So whether this is in, I mean, there are SOPs which relate to supervision deficiencies or supervision requirements, that there be someone responsible for an operation of this importance, of this severity, and I could not find any information regarding that. So those are the basis of my grounds for asking for a further explanation from APD for the actions that were taken at this time.
Thank you, Dr. Cass. Other board members? Member Amihu Pruitt.
Thank you, Dr. Cass. I really appreciate you putting that all together in that way. I had noticed some of those I had made some of those same observations, and I had wondered. I saw one officer in that situation say, I think that either he had been told or he had seen that the person was prone on the ground, but nobody responded to that statement at all, like in terms of how that would affect what they were going to do next. And yeah, I did have some concerns around that. Also, that while they have to think about, where best to approach to protect the public, they were talking about where their bullets were going to go, right? Making sure that they went to the empty building there, the empty store. And it didn't seem like they were as concerned with where his bullets might go, right? Either, as they were on the traffic side. So I feel like that's, I would be in favor of the approach that you're recommending, Dr. Cass. Thank you.
Other board members? Member Nixon.
Yeah, I'm in favor of getting more information and getting an explanation. It's I first saw this on YouTube, this shooting by APD on YouTube, and it was disturbing then. It was even more disturbing now to go through all of the footage on all of the cameras. I don't know that I had all the files that you had, Dr. Cass. So yeah, I would like to go through this. I think I was under the impression that if a police officer shot someone and basically incapacitated them through shooting them with a gun, that they would have to administer medical care to that person immediately. I was under the impression that at that point that was a human being. So at that point, they would now, this is part of the duty of being a police officer, you would have to do everything you could to save that person's life. Instead, what I saw is officers walking around. I saw one man handling this person's body after the gun had been removed, and handling it in a way, handcuffing him. I don't know, maybe being shot as many times as being as elderly as he was a threat, and then kind of wrangling to the ground and stuff. But I thought about the elderly, I thought about homeless people, I thought about a lot of those things, just seeing how these officers treated this man after they killed him. So there's a lot of stuff to unpack on this, but it was quite disturbing when you consider everything that Member Richards, Member Johnson had said about this, and everything Member Cass had said. We don't need an explanation. We need an explanation as well, but I'd like to know what disciplinary action is taken as well with these officers, and if they're still on the force, if they're still in uniform and doing that. I would like to see what an actual outcome was from the infraction or this situation and scenario to what has come now. Where are these people now? What are they doing in service at APD? So I'm in favor of what Dr. Cass has proposed.
Yes, Member Mitchell.
Yeah, just a point of clarification. The officers did administer medical care. They tried compression. They also applied not tape, but whatever they have to stop bleeding. So I don't know if Eric, if you were able to see that video, but with the first one I saw, I didn't see him giving medical, but then I found another video, OBR, where they did do that. So just a point of clarification. The only thing, you know, I would say is that was very painful to watch. But I also thought there were 5 officers there and every one of them made the same decision. And I don't know that that mitigates anything. And I don't know if there were training deficiencies. I think it's probably anytime that kind of force is used, I'm sure there's always a chance to go back and rethink that and how it should have been handled. And I would encourage and support what Dr. Cass is asking, because I think it will encourage the police department to take a critical look at that and provide more information. So that's pretty much all I have to say.
I just want to make one clarity. Yes, I did see the CPR. I saw the whole thing, and I watched all the videos that were available to me at that point, and that's what was so disturbing. You can say, yeah, it's CPR. Yeah, they did the sucking chest wounds and tried to patch them up, but when you looked at how they did it and what they were doing, being that they're police officers, it was deplorable. You could call it that. I guess technically you could say the guy punched him on his chest when he wasn't even in a position. Can be considered, compressions and things like that. But all right, that's all I have to say.
Member French.
I want to say that I agree with Member Johnson and Member Nixon. I watched that video several times, as horrible as it was. I mean, for me to watch to see if there was an opportunity for someone to come from the opposite direction, because he was laying down. He was laying down. And if you're trained, I mean, I just felt like they could have apprehended him if they would have used a different tactics other than to come from that side where they startle him and make him sit up. So I was very concerned about that. But as Member Nixon said, I watched that several times. I even looked from the time he said he's still breathing till the time he administered CPR, and it was over 5 minutes. Over 5 minutes. And the other issue was, yes, he was bleeding, and the way when they cut his shirt off and flipped him this way and then flipped him that way, I mean, I almost cried. I know the man was dead, but it was just no concern for him. And I hope his family doesn't get to see the way they treated his body. And then there was one officer that actually put the bandage or whatever to stop the bleeding. And then he said he needed more. And one other officer that I saw, just one other officer, went and got something to help him. The rest of them were just standing around or somewhere else. And I just thought that they didn't do everything they could have to save his life. And the treatment of him, even after they realized that he was deceased, was just inhumane to me. And maybe because they deal with this every day, and in some ways you have to become insensitive. You can't take all this home, but I just, and then the second time when they flipped him over, because he had been bleeding and laying in his own blood, when they turned him back over, he was just, it was horrible. It was hard to watch, but I did watch it several times to make sure that I was correct. And the length of time when he said he's still breathing till the time he started administering CPR, and how many actually tried to help stop the bleeding. And that was a concern to me. I mean, but I agree with you, Dr. Cass, we need to see on those infractions what was done, because I agree with you. There was nothing done to stop this because the man was laying down. And he didn't get up immediately either. And when he got up, you could tell he was maybe partially drunk, the way he acted. So I just, like I said, I agree with you. That's all I have to say on that.
Thank you, Member French. Member Armijo Pruitt, I think you had raised your hand before.
I did. Thank you. I was going to basically say something very similar to what Member French said about the time lag, and that it seemed to almost be an incidental noticing of the fact that the man was still breathing. I mean, I could be wrong, but he was just, the officer was standing above him and was like, oh, dude, he's still breathing, which seems like it didn't look like an intentional check to see if he was still breathing. The other thing that I wondered about, and I don't know how to consider this in any of the rest of it, but when these kinds of things happen, when these responses occur, and so when they're sitting there and they're thinking, okay, we have to make sure that, he doesn't shoot into traffic and we don't shoot other people when we shoot at him. Are they already like putting like EMS on notice that something could happen? I know they have to clear the scene before they can call, and so that it's safe to call them in. But I was just wondering about that component of it, like what the process, if anybody's aware of what that process looks like, if there's back channeling that happens through dispatch or something. Just curious.
Member Johnson.
Yeah, and one last thing, I'm not, I believe none of us are trained as police officers. This is gonna be short. But without the cover vehicle and without the plan, without adjusting, once you have assessed it and saw that there's nobody walking, I think with all of you going out there, not only did you put him in imminent danger, but you also put yourself. Because there's no recourse if you're standing out there with the rest of the policemen and you don't have a cover vehicle. Well, then if he's reaching, then the only option is use of force. Like I just didn't understand how come you would put him in that situation and how come you would put yourself without having some type of cover. Because there's only a couple of ways that that's going to end. I think that's the part that bugged me the most. And I'm done. Thank you for.
Other board members. Dr. Cass.
Yes, and I will belabor the point, but I think this is the one of the things that concerns me is that if de-escalation is to be taken seriously, then all of the things that you've mentioned, Member Johnson, are appropriate to consider. I mean, cover especially is, but the idea of doing de-escalation and resolving this situation peacefully, which is the intent of the SOP that they're operating under, is that you buy time, you create time so that by having cover, so that you can gain the trust of the person that you're de-escalating or attempting to de-escalate the situation with. If you don't buy that time that you need to create the trust, then you can't begin to de-escalate a situation. Something that came out of this is that has recently been a change in the SOPs is that it's been recognized that or reinforced that commands are not considered de-escalation. So giving someone a command to put your hands in the air and then following that immediately by getting on your stomach, those aren't de-escalation techniques. And at the time that this policy or this occurred, that particular bit of information hadn't been made official, but it was sort of implied within the de-escalation technique. Now it's specifically recognized that giving someone commands is not de-escalation, and that there are particular ways that you go about de-escalating. So those were not, in my view, I could not find any evidence that those were followed.
So I certainly don't want to cut this discussion short. This is a heady issue, but I think most members have offered their opinions, and I think that at this point in time, my personal opinion is that the best course of action here is to get further explanation from APD, given that there are conflicting outcomes even within their own reports, and I think it would be useful to have them offer additional information as to where these are coming from and what sorts of outcomes were reached from these. So I do support your motion, and I think that additional information could be very useful in coming to a conclusion on this case. Yes, Member Nixon.
Yes, can I make one suggestion? Can we also get information on the outcome? I understand that, you know, we need to get in more information on what happened and maybe get some explanation, but the outcome on this process. I mean, I see the report, you know, there are a lot of things that were sustained, a lot of things done wrong, but I'd like to see what the reaction was to that and saying, okay, in light of this case, this is what the outcome was, and this is what happened. There may be changes in SOPs, policies, may have been disciplinary action, whatever it is, but I just have to know that what happened after this, what this process is to learn from on this. Thank you.
Yes, Dr. Cass.
Yes, I just like to add one more thing, and that is, well, actually two things. In response to Member Nixon, the MATF finding is available in the information. And if you read that, the MATF finding was, this was within policy action. So in terms of discipline, punishment, and so on, there were no findings that required discipline, since this was within action. So you can look for there. I'm sure more details will be forthcoming, but generally that this was found to be an inaction, or there were some concerns, but there was no discipline given. I would like, so the other thing I would like to do is just to sort of wrap this up is to read the findings of Director Harness, who reviewed this case, attended the FRB meeting, and whose description, narrative I read from his letter. But I believe it's important to have his findings on record with the board as well. And so his findings are, the CPOA finds Officer 1's conduct sustained where the investigation determines by preponderance of the evidence that the alleged misconduct did occur. He also finds the Officer 2's conduct sustained, that the alleged misconduct did occur. He finds that Officer 3's conduct was sustained, where allegation of by preponderance of the evidence that the alleged misconduct did occur. Likewise, he finds that Officer 4's conduct was sustained with respect to the alleged misconduct. Officer 5's conduct is exonerated regarding the allegation of a violation of this SOP, which means the investigation determined by a preponderance of the evidence that the alleged conduct did occur, but did not violate APD policies, procedures, or training. And the last finding is Officer 6's conduct was exonerated regarding the allegation of the violation of the SOP, which that the violation of policies did not occur. These are the two officers, one of whom fired the beanbag round, I believe, and the other was who did not fire his weapon because he had not chambered a round. So that's a summary of the director's findings in this case.
So we do have a motion and a second on this to send this letter requesting both a written and oral presentation on this case by APD, assuming this would be likely IAFD or a representative of FRB. Any further discussion here? Dr. Cass, are you satisfied that the motion in its current form completes what you'd like to? I know that a number of your findings were to be filled in by the board. Do you feel like you have sufficient evidence to fill those in?
So what I would fill in, and the board can weigh in on this, but that with regard to tactical deficiencies, there was a de-escalation failure, which was covered by SOP 252-4, paragraphs A, B, C, and E. And then there was in my mind, I'm not sure how it fits into an SOP, but I'd like the question answered as to how a mixed group of field officers and SWAT officers were assembled without having clear leadership and direction as to how their operation was going to be performed. And then I believe there's a similar question regarding supervision. There did not seem to be a supervisor as part of this operation. And again, I'm not quite sure what SOP this would be covered under, but the authority doesn't seem clear to me at all that this was authorized in a proper way. So those are the concerns and questions that I would like to include in the letter to the chief.
I would like to offer an amendment to the motion to delegate final edits and final authority to word that to Dr. Cass.
As long as we can add to that, yeah, okay. A second.
We have a motion and a second. Any debate on the motion to amend to allow a?
Member Galloway has a hand.
Yes, I see. Vice Chair Galloway.
Okay, a couple of things just on that last one. I don't think that can be a second to the motion. I think that if we're delegating all final edits to Member Cass, I don't think that we can then say yes, but only if we get to have input on that as well. I think that is, that doesn't work.
Yes, but that would be in the second, that would be in the original motion, correct? That we could amend that further.
Okay, then maybe I need to go back to what your motion, Chair Olivas, was to delegate all edits to Member Cass?
Yes, so that
and finalization?
Correct, so we don't have to produce final text right here for our staff.
Right, and then the second was as long as we can make edits. So I don't know how that works.
Yeah, I take that back because I think that Eric was saying exactly what I was saying anyway by giving Dr. Cass the edits, so I take that back.
Okay, and then back to the original motion, I am unclear as to whether we are providing a finding or we are providing a concurrence or non-concurrence with the findings of IAFD, or if we're just requesting additional information.
Dr. Cass, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that we're not providing any findings. We are requesting additional information. We're not making any conclusions.
I think this needs some discussion, perhaps. Originally I would have written this letter in terms of saying we do not concur in these particular areas because we have questions about the tactics that were used where we think that there was a deficiency in the tactics, for example, whereas FRB says there's a deficiency in the tactics, but they really don't identify them and they don't do anything to correct them. So because we're both calling for a deficiency, maybe we don't need to talk about concurrence. We're just asking for more information, and that may be the appropriate way to go. So I think it should be written in that way, is that we're asking for more information. It's not, and mainly we're asking for more information because it's not clear how we would disagree, given that we think there's a problem with the tactics and there were tactical deficiencies identified by the FRB. So yes, to Member Olivas, yes, we can do this without putting non-concurrence in. We can just ask for more information.
Do we need to clean
So
up that motion?
Parliamentary procedure wise here, we're on an amendment. The amendment is to delegate final edits to Dr. Cass. We're not on the original motion at this point. So at this point, if there's nothing further that's directly on this topic, I'd like to call the question on this amendment. Seeing no further discussion, Ms. Barela, could you call the roll?
Yes. Member Emil Pruitt,
Yes.
Member French,
What are we voting on? I'm confused. Are we voting on the original?
This is an
motion?
amendment that we are voting on to delegate final edits to Dr. Cass.
Did we vote on the first one or we're now voting on the? Okay,
No,
so
this is an
did you-
amendment
Did
to
you
the mo-
amend, did you amend your original motion? I'm not understanding the amendment. Is it amendment to what?
The original motion was made and seconded, so now a change to that motion must be made
Okay.
through amendment.
So it's amendment to the original motion. Okay,
Correct.
then yes.
Point of order, that's not actually an amendment. It's just a second amendment to delegate the writing of the letter. We're not amending the original motion.
You can't have two motions on the floor.
Yes, that's why we're on the amendment. And the amendment is in addition. It's in addition to the original motion to delegate the authority to draft the letter to Dr. Cass.
Okay.
And I voted yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Johnson,
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass,
Yes.
Member Mitchell,
Yes.
Member Nixon,
Yes.
Member Olivas,
Yes.
and that passed unanimously.
Now we return to the original motion, which has been amended to allow final edits by Dr. Cass. So if there's any further discussion or additional additions or alterations that members would like to offer to this, now would be the time. Yes, Vice Chair Galloway.
I think a friendly amendment to change the language that was originally in there about the concurrence, non-concurrence stuff, and just make it simply the request for additional information as previously discussed.
I think if I can respond.
Yes, Dr. Cass.
Yes, I would say by I assume unanimous vote at the moment, we'll see. By unanimous vote, the board has raised concerns regarding the findings of the Forest Review Board on June 11th, 2020 in the following areas. So then follow that up with the concerns that we've identified and the request for a report.
And to
So
be
I'm
clear,
amending the sentence early in the document that says we do not concur to say we have concerns.
and I think based on the addition that we just made, you have that authority to make that change. So I don't think we need an amendment for that. Just to be clear here, I guess for follow-up wise, we are asking for a written report and an oral report at the September meeting, correct? Okay. Anything further on this? Seeing none, Ms. Barela, would you please call the roll? The motion on the floor here is to send this letter to the chief requesting additional information on these findings and the conflicts with other findings, and Dr. Cass will make final edits to this.
Member Emil Pruitt,
Yes.
Member French,
Yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Johnson,
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass,
Yes.
Member Mitchell,
Yes.
Member Nixon,
Yes.
Member Olivas.
Yes.
That motion passed unanimously. Thank you.
Okay, I believe that concludes the action for tonight on case A under serious use of force cases, case B 20-0024693. Dr. Cass, would you like to introduce this case? You're on mute.
Yes, if I could have 1 second to find my my information. Yes, so let's see, which, refresh me as to which case was first, next on the agenda.
SB 20-002469. 24693.
All right, so this in case 00246993, I would like to read the narrative provided by Director Harness. My review of the evidence shows on March 18th, 2020, the victim, Mr. B, was intoxicated and threatening to jump off of a balcony. Upon arrival, officers observed Mr. B on the third floor balcony. Officer number 1 approached Mr. B and placed him in handcuffs. While walking down the stairs, Mr. B resisted, and officer number 1 used pain compliance on Mr. A while handcuffed. The finding of the CPOA director, the CPOA is the finds officers 1 conduct exonerated regarding the allegation of a violation of this SOP, which means the investigation determined by preponderance of the evidence that the alleged conduct did occur, but did not violate APD policies, procedures, or training. So I would move to accept the findings of the CPOA in this case.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to accept the findings of the CPOA on this case. Is there any discussion on this case? Seeing none, this will be a vote to adopt the findings of the agency on the case ending in 693. Ms. Barela, could you please call the roll?
Yes. Member Armio Pruitt?
Yes.
Member French?
Yes.
Member Galloway?
Yes.
Member Johnson?
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass?
Yes.
Member Mitchell?
Yes.
Thank you. Member Nixon?
Yes.
Member Olivas?
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed unanimously. Thank you.
I just have one comment I'd like to make in regard to this case. I maybe should have made this earlier, but there were some important changes that were made as a result of this case, and I think this is to the credit of APD when something like this occurs. But one of those is what I referred to earlier. But commands and orders will no longer be considered as de-escalation efforts. And another is that detectives will make reasonable follow-up efforts to contact civilian witnesses if a witness is not available during the initial on-scene investigation. And a further change was that IAFD follow-up interviews with officers will be conducted in person, and IAFD will interview all involved and witness officers. So there's something positive, I think, that came out of this. Out of the consideration for this case.
Thank you, Dr. Cass. Next case here, case C, is case number 20-00638885. Dr. Cass,
And in this case, I'll read you the findings or the narrative provided by Director Harness. My review of the evidence shows on August 11th, 2020, the victim, Mr. R, was suspected of trying to purchase goods with counterfeit currency and retail theft. Officer number 1 was dispatched to investigate and found Mr. R in an adjacent business. Officer number 1 had reasonable suspicion to detain Mr. R and complete his investigation. Mr. R was advised he was not free to leave and placed in handcuffs. While exiting the business, Mr. R began to resist. Officer number 1 took Mr. R to the ground while he was handcuffed. Finding: the CPOA finds officer number 1's conduct exonerated regarding the allegation of a violation of the SOP, which means the investigation determined by preponderance of the evidence that the alleged conduct did occur but did not violate APD policies, procedures, or training.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to adopt the agency findings in this case. Do we have any discussion on this? I'm sorry, yes, Member French.
Dr. Cass, I reviewed this too. And in the other issues identified, they said that the female officer made comments to him that may have caused him to try to pull away from her and cause the takedown. I listened to all the video that they supplied to us, and I never heard any comments from her. Did you know, was that missing in the lapel cameras? Because that's what it said. And maybe I just missed it.
Member Armijo Pruitt.
So I had noticed that discrepancy too and wondered if that conversation hadn't happened actually prior, because she was the one who ran him out of the first store. And I was wondering if her comments to him about his being in these places where he wasn't supposed to be, like, I wondered if it didn't happen earlier. I didn't hear it on the videos I watched either. Maybe someone else caught that. I also, just while I have the floor, I also wondered, as a separate issue, about the sort of like, how appropriate was it of her to see him enter another store where he's presumably not banned from, or she doesn't have information that he is, and calling over there and saying, this guy is dodgy, keep an eye on him. I mean, she apparently had a good sense of things because he did steal from them. But it did make me wonder when I got to that part where I was like, oh, well, so could she just, like, anywhere the guy went that was a retail business, call and say, you know, keep an eye on this guy? Is that a legitimate approach to policing?
Member Nixon, I think you had your hand raised.
Yeah, I thought the discrepancy was that she said that you're not being arrested, you're being detained. But he was being put in handcuffs, which I don't know what that does to civil liberties, but I didn't know the rest of it that Member French and Member Armijo Pruitt had mentioned, so mix up on that.
It said Officer 1 was insulting him just before he tried to run away. And that's what I was looking for, that insult of where she was commenting.
Okay.
So I think that they explicitly said in there something about, like, this is something about his, like, his probation or his something, like, this is going to harm your whatever. Like, they described it in a way, it was fairly specific, which is why I had listened to the video again, trying to catch it and didn't, but. And she did tell him she was detaining him while she put the cuffs on, but I think that's a legit approach. You know, part of detaining and not arresting can be that you put cuffs on someone. They also brought up some issues though in the findings, didn't they, that something about her searching, like how she searched him and when she searched him, and that there was some vague parts of the search SOP that addressed searching someone's vehicle, but not their individual person and property. Whereas she had, so I think there was something there where they mentioned there's room for some policy change, like firming that up. I don't know if you guys thought about that at all, or what was said there.
Other comments or concerns from the board? Not seeing any further hands, no further discussion here on this. So we do have a motion and a second to accept the agency findings on this case. Seeing nothing further, Ms. Barela, could you please call the roll? This is case ending in 885.
Member Armijo Pruitt?
Yes.
Member French?
Yes.
Member Galloway?
Yes.
Member Johnson?
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass?
Yes.
Thank you. Member Mitchell?
Yes.
Member Nixon?
Yes.
Member Olivas?
Yes.
That motion passed unanimously. Thank you.
Item D is case 20-0003358.
All right, I'll move that we accept the director's findings, and I'll provide the narrative that he provided. My review of the evidence shows on August 11, 2020, the victim, Mr. R, was observed by Officer 1 entering a business in violation of criminal trespass order. In addition, store security advised Officer number 1, Mr. R had concealed store items in a duffel bag while in the store. Mr. R was placed under arrest. While being escorted to the squad car, Mr. R resisted and attempted to flee. Officer number 1, along with security, wrestled Mr. R to the ground while handcuffed. The CPOA finding is that Officer 1's conduct is exonerated regarding the allegation of a violation of this SOP, which means the evidence determined by preponderance of the evidence, which means the investigation determined by the preponderance of the evidence that the alleged conduct did occur, but did not violate APD policies, procedures, or training.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Dr. Cass, second by Member Galloway, by Vice Chair Galloway, on case ending in 358 to accept the agency findings. Any discussion on this case? Not seeing any discussion from the board. That being said, we are voting to accept the findings of the agency in the case ending 358. Ms. Butterly, could you please call the roll?
Yes. Member Meal-Pruitt?
Yes.
Thank you. Member French?
Yes.
Member Galloway?
Yes.
Member Johnson?
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass?
Yes.
Member Mitchell?
Yes.
Member Nixon?
Yes.
Member Olivas?
Yes.
That motion passed unanimously. Thank you.
Okay, that concludes our consideration of cases tonight for serious use of force cases. Item E under this section is the proposed caseload for the September 2021 review. I would also add, based on previous action the board took tonight, we will also have case 19-0077270, where we've requested an update from APD on those items earlier. So that will also be part of our cases for September review. Dr. Cass, this as the case manager for these serious use of force cases, I'll defer to you as to how you want to handle this. If you'd like to handle this in one batch, we can move all of these items at once, or we can move them individually, however you'd like.
I think we can do them all at once, and the requests that I think the board needs to approve are that we could ask for the complete investigation file, and I need to refer back to that we request the full investigation file for case 19-0094605, and that we request fresh PowerPoint presentations that do not have obscured OBRD in the PowerPoint. When I reviewed these PowerPoints, they had officer identification marks or some sort of identification right in the center of the screen. I think we've seen this before. Member Galloway has pointed it out. So this is just a simple matter of getting the IAFD to provide a new set of PowerPoints, which do not have this obscure. So I'd ask that the board approve a request for the full investigation file and request new OBRD videos or in PowerPoint files for the two files or two cases that are listed here. The other cases can be obtained as is. I think they're ready. I think we have sufficient information to review those.
So we have a motion to request the files and additional OBRD videos. These other two cases, do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion here on this request?
I do, Chair Olivas, can you just read out the cases for the record on what exact cases they're wanting?
Absolutely. First up, we have case 19-0094605. This is an officer-involved shooting. We are requesting the full investigative file, as we have in the past on officer-involved shootings. Number two, we have case 20-0014745. Also linked with case 20-0014813. We are requesting a new PowerPoint file with usable OBRD footage. And finally, for case number 3, we have case 20-0026269, linked with case 20-00262264. We are also requesting a new PowerPoint file with usable OBRD footage. Seeing no further discussion on this request, Ms. Barela, could you please call the roll?
Member Armijo Pruitt,
Yes.
Member French,
Yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Johnson,
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass,
Yes.
Member Mitchell,
Yes.
Member Nixon,
Yes.
Member Olivas.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed unanimously.
Thank you, Ms. Barela. So as a reminder to board members, I can guarantee that 3 cases will be on next month's agenda for serious use of force officer involved shooting cases. That being the case that we requested additional information on earlier tonight, case A, and then under section E, cases 4 and 5. As for cases 1 through 3 under section E, it sometimes can take some time to get a response from APD, particularly in case number 1, where we're requesting the full investigative file. We may or may not have access to that prior to the next board meeting. So stay tuned on those first 3, but we will certainly have the other 3 on our agenda next month. So plan and prepare accordingly, please. Unless there's anything else here, this concludes this section, and we'll move on to section 10, reports from subcommittees. Subcommittee A is Community Outreach Subcommittee, Vice Chair Galloway.
So I submitted my report earlier this month, and it was attached to the meeting information. So unless there's any particular questions, I don't have anything to add to it. Our next meeting is scheduled for August 24th at 3 p.m. via Zoom.
Thank you, Vice Chair Galloway. Next up, item B, we have the Policy and Procedures Review Subcommittee, Dr. Cass.
Yes, and I also submitted the report for the subcommittee, and I have just a couple of other notes I'd like to make of things that have happened in between. Recently, in fact, it was yesterday or the day before yesterday, it was announced by by the Office of Policy Analysis that there would be a special meeting held, a special PPRB meeting, a Policy and Procedure Review Board meeting of the overtime policy 3-20. This meeting is to be held on the 19th, I believe, and which is a week from today. And but as yet, there's been no they've not furnished the new overtime policy that will be under consideration. But given that the overtime policy has been in the news lately, given that there's been an investigation by the state auditor and the attorney general, this is a timely policy for review at PPRB. And so I just wanted to call that to the attention of the board. Whether it actually happens, I still don't know, because like I say, it's been announced, but the policy has not been followed up with a release of the policy that will be under review. I think another action that occurred at the policy subcommittee meeting was that we had a presentation by Darian George, who is part of a group that is looking at examinations for finding or for testing police officers or potential police officer candidates to find the kind of people who will fit the model of a public servant, as opposed to exhibit authoritarian tendencies. Their research, and there's a lot of research on this, and not all of it is theirs by any means, indicates that there's there's really two people. There's two main reasons that officers or people enter into police work, and one is to be public servants, and the other is to be have the authority to act in authoritarian sort of ways. So the idea is that if you can test for the attributes that you want in a police officer, you can get the kind of person that you think will do the job in a public servant way. So I would invite you. I know the materials have been circulated by Director Harness to the entire board. If you don't have a copy, I'll be happy to send you one. But there is a research proposal that was made by Mr. George and to do some case studies or to create gather some information by working with I think 3 different police departments in the U.S. So they're trying to gather some data to test the validity of their hypothesis. So that's the I think the rest of this can be found in the report. So that's all I have.
Thank you, Dr. Cass. If there's no questions from members, we'll move on to the case review subcommittee. Member Nixon, I know you haven't met. If you don't have anything you want to add, we do have this up later on, but I'll give you the opportunity to give any update if you want to.
No updates at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Nixon. And then I'll recognize myself for item D, the Personnel Subcommittee. The Personnel Subcommittee did not meet this month in July. Our next meeting is tentatively planned for August 20th at 4 p.m. That concludes our reports from subcommittees. Item number 11, we have discussion and possible action items. Our first item in this section is consideration of a proposed MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, between the City of Albuquerque, CPOA, CPOAB, and APOA on officer-involved shootings and serious use of force case materials. And I'll go ahead and let our legal counsel, Ms. Gooch, introduce this item.
Thank you, Chair Levis, Honorable Board. Since our last meeting, we have made a lot of progress. We now have a draft MOU that is part of your board packet. You will see, however, that it has some red lines and it's not in any kind of final version. That is because we are waiting still on reaching a consensus. And part of that is I need to know the board's position, at least on the draft, and what the red lines are from both the Department of Justice and the independent monitor team. I will also remind you that the APOA originally indicated this was a preferred course of action. It has since backtracked and indicated it no longer is happy or willing to allow this type of an MOU to move forward. I don't think that should dissuade the board. It should not dissuade the city or the Department of Justice and IM team that are helping and monitoring this process. I think the next step here is for the board to weigh in on the draft. There is a very technical question about some statements that the monitor team has pointed out that has to do with items that are compelled statements versus protected by Garrity versus actual Garrity statements. I do not have a resolution to present to the board on that issue. Instead, what I would recommend is that the board discuss the matter, decide how it would like to proceed, and then because there is not a finalized version of this, I would recommend delegating authority for subsequent meetings to your chair or your liaison for the use of force cases, Dr. Cass, just so that we can keep moving forward and hopefully come back at the September meeting with a finalized MOU for the board to vote to agree to. I'm happy to answer any questions anyone has. Otherwise, I think you have the red line version of what I've just presented in your board packet.
Thank you, Ms. Gooch. So I guess we need to, I guess we can kind of have a pre-discussion here before we have a motion. But we've been presented with this draft that does raise a few edits. I think that comment A1 is basically a direct edit where different language is suggested that lines more with what is drafted in the ordinance, saying that this is and promote the required sharing of records and materials in lieu of omitting required, given that ordinance requires this. The question on garrity statements and other issues as far as officer interviews, I think that we have less clarity as to what language is suggested there, and I'm not sure that, I don't want to, you know, throw anyone under the bus, but I'm just not sure that anyone here has that answer right now, and this may be an issue that the legal minds need to come together on and determine what a correct definition here is for this, what was meant versus what is needed. And then I did actually have a couple of concerns on page 3 myself that, you know, we can get into later. They're really just one word issues that I think may be simple, but maybe not. So if there's if there's a motion here, we can entertain that, or we can, you know, figure out how we want to deal with this. I think the suggestion from our council is that, you know, this is not necessarily in a adoptable form, or, you know, it's not something that we maybe want to give a stamp of approval to, but I think a motion would probably look like something to delegate further authority to negotiate on this MOU to a particular individual, and then we could continue to have a discussion about it as well. Sorry, Tina, I know you were raising your hand. Did you have more there, or was that?
Chair Levis, nope, that's what I was gonna help recommend.
Yes, Dr. Cass.
Maybe Member French was asking first, I believe. Were you?
You're on mute, Member French.
I was going to ask Chair Levis to, I'm not clear. I understand you said negotiate with who?
So this is an MOU between the CPOA, CPOAB, our board and the agency, and the other two parties would be the City of Albuquerque, the City Attorney's Office, and the APOA, the Albuquerque Police Officers Association.
I understand that. So what I'm saying is, are you making the motion that we continue talking about it and continue negotiating with these departments on this? Is that your recommendation, or are we saying that we're good with this? I'm not understanding when you said to further negotiate this. Are you mean that we can add language, change language that we want if we're not happy? Is that what you're saying?
So given that it's an agreement between the three parties, we can't add unilaterally any language to this, but I think that the suggestion from council here is that we delegate a representative to represent our interests and therefore request that these changes be made or request that clarification be made. So that's sort of what I'm suggesting we proceed as. Dr. Cass, I don't know if you were.
Yes, yeah, my comment is if I would volunteer to work with our legal counsel to be the liaison, or as part of the liaison position for choosing these cases and preparing them for board review. So I think it would be useful if I were part of that process. And so that's where I think we would need board approval. And then I have some, concerns. I have some concerns about, the language in the document at the moment. So I think I can convey those as part of this process.
Vice Chair Galloway.
And I move that we accept Dr. Cass's volunteer offer to serve in that position and work with Tina and the parties involved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to appoint Dr. Cass as the board's liaison on this issue of further refining the MOU. If I can kind of massage your motion there a little bit. So with that being said, I think that the discussion here really doesn't necessarily lie on the appointment of Dr. Cass, but rather kind of what sort of issues we want to raise. So any discussion from the board? Member Armijo Pruitt.
Question, and that's in one of these meetings I asked Attorney Van Meter, I think, what would happen if I submitted if I IPRA the documents, the videos that they have to redact and all that. And she said, oh no, you can't do that. It's forbidden for us to reach out in that way. This MOU though says that the way we receive information is by submitting requests, like either IPRA or FOIA requests. I can't remember the wording now. Any access to information provided to the CPOA and board as set forth in this MOU must be obtained through a public records request. So I guess I'm not,
If
that,
I could,
I found confusing.
Counselor Gooch is itching over here.
Chair Olivas, Member Armijo Pruitt. That clause is meant to say, and it highlights that this is still a work in progress, that if the CPOA or the board received a request for this type of record, that it would forward it to the city clerk's office to deal with any kind of production, exemption, redaction response to that IPRA request. It's not meant to insinuate that the board has to send a request to get the documents.
Thank you for that clarification. It makes a lot more sense.
Other board members. Dr. Cass and then member Vice Chair Galloway.
Yes, and on page 3 of this, very near the end, there's a statement under the section of confidentiality of information. And at the last bullet, or the last paragraph 4, it says the parties agree, well, let's see, that they, accordingly, the CPOA and board shall not download, record, copy, or retain access to records used to conduct reviews of serious uses of force or officer-involved shootings. Now, we've been given access directly by IAFD to PowerPoint files, to investigative files on our request. And it seems to me that this would directly prohibit that action. So maybe, so Ms. Gooch, is that true?
Chair Olivas, Board Member Dr. Cass. Yeah, that was one of the sticking points, and that's something that we have to negotiate and figure out with the APOA, which is how we ensure that the CBA and those requirements are met while still allowing the board robust access as required under the CASA. So I don't have an answer, but I think we need to find a solution, because the last solution created more problems, and that was the board had no access to any of the materials because the live links were not live and the system did not work.
Yes, and we have set the precedent here, I think, which includes APD furnishing the files when we've requested them. So, I mean, even though it was, it was a long path initially, we have done that, and we've done it on a regular basis for the PowerPoint files, which I think must be included in this prohibition that they put in writing here. So anyway, that's my concern, and of course, I'm sure there's more to come.
Vice Chair Galloway.
So I shared that same concern with Dr. Cass. The other one that I have, just because it's come up completely unintentionally, but B2, identify any officer during a public meeting. We have had it come up where it wasn't even a case that we were hearing. It wouldn't have been in that context. It was just something that was out in the media. and the officer's name was brought up. I think there was 2 officers involved, and it was very troublesome for the APOA that happened, but I don't think that was an intentional breach of confidentiality. And I don't know what this might look like going forward if you have a brand new board member who isn't familiar with this MOU, because chances are this is going to be dealt with here in the next few months, something written down in policy but never really discussed as part of a training thing. And I would hate to see us come under fire or a brand new board member who may not know this information. So I don't know if like intentionally identify an officer during a public meeting. I don't know what the repercussions would be of this, but it's come up. So it's a little bit concerning to see that as well.
Other comments from board members? I wanted to raise one issue. I saw the issue of download specifically, or download and record on number 4, and confidentiality was high on my list of concerns. The other issue I had was, let me see here to place us. I believe this is section 2, paragraph B, towards the end of this. I'll read the full sentence here. After the FRB completes its review of any serious use of force or officer-involved shooting, APD shall provide the following information to the CPOA executive director, who may release such information to the board. I believe that should be revised to shall. I think that essentially allows the director to withhold information from the board, and I don't believe that would be allowed under the ordinance or the CASA for that to be withheld if it's been produced for the purpose of review. Anything else? Yes, Member French.
Chair Olivas, I guess because I'm new to the board, I'm not understanding if we're already getting this information, why are we entering into an MOU? And I don't have the past history on why we're doing this.
So I believe, others can chime in here as well, but I think we're currently in somewhat of a grace period here where the parties are sort of working with us in absence of this defined framework. But basically in the past, this process has almost completely stopped because, for example, the process of APD redacting video footage has become incredibly burdensome. If you think of the case that we had a significant amount of video on tonight, that was only a relatively short videos. I think the longest one was 15 minutes or something like that. In some cases, you may have many lapel videos from a certain incident, and they may be hours and hours in length. And under the current agreement with the APOA, my understanding is that APD is having to have basically a person redact any identifying information of officers in those OBRD videos. So that can take an incredible amount of time, depending on the request and the case. So I think that's one of the main issues there, is to streamline that and make this faster, which is part of why when we requested that case file, I indicated that we may have some delay depending on what happens with APD and city legal. I think that's sort of where this goes, or why this is in existence, but others may have other background information as well. Anything else? I'm not sure if that answered your question, but. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. We've had some discussion here. If there's no further discussion, we're proposing to appoint Dr. Cass to negotiate and work with the parties on this agreement, along with our legal counsel, to continue to refine this. And we'll have another opportunity to review whatever that product is at a future meeting. Seeing no further discussion, Ms. Barela, could you please call the roll?
Yes. Member Armijo Pruitt,
Yes.
Member French,
Yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Johnson,
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass,
Yes.
Member Mitchell,
Yes.
Member Nixon,
Yes.
Member Olivas,
Yes.
Member Ralph. Oh, sorry, Ralph's not there. My mistake. That motion passed unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes item A. Item B, officer-involved shootings and serious use of force case backlog. Dr. Cass, I'll recognize you on this item.
Yeah, so the issue never goes away. We just talked about the MOU for getting the information that we want to review these cases, and it has an impact on the backlog. But so we'll get to revisit it again. But let me just sort of give you a little bit of background as to where we are. Up through before this meeting, we'd heard 28 cases of either officer-involved shootings or serious use of force. And tonight, of course, we heard 4 more. So that makes a total of 40 or 32. We have five and a repeat scheduled for September. Of the remaining cases are approximately 40 that we've received information of. Of those, there are approximately 5 officer-involved shootings, 1 canine case, handcuffed use of force while handcuffed. There's 8 of those. Other use of force cases with injuries, there's about 7 of those, and then there's another approximately 20 other cases. In the most recent batch of information that we received from APD, which was in July, I believe, there was only there were like 3 cases, I believe, that were new, and one of those was from 2021. So we're just now beginning to get cases from this year. So that says that they're about at least 7 or 8 months behind in processing cases through FRB to where they can send us the information. So what bothers me about that is that when we talked to IAFD at one recent meeting and I believe I asked the question of how many cases we were being processed through IAFD, and the number was in the order of 20 a month. Now there were some that were fell out of the category for various reasons that we wouldn't necessarily review, but. So right now, it seems to me that there's more FRB cases. IAFD is processing cases, but FRB is not processing them that fast, and we aren't seeing the same number of cases that are coming into IAFD come out, to us for review. So, there's some bottlenecks in this process, but in any case, right now it looks like we have a backlog of about 40 cases, and the reason I say about is that it's a little bit difficult to tell because some of these cases need to be examined in pretty much detail in order to determine if there's 1 or 2 cases or whether there's duplicate cases here. So my suggestion would be that in order to address this backlog, that we can increase the rate of that we hear officer-involved shooting cases, for example. I think what I've tried to do is to present a mix of one officer-involved shooting case, which I think requires extra attention on the part of the board, and then try to group the cases into the same kind of category at a given meeting. So, for example, we've heard canine cases at one meeting. Tonight we've heard handcuffing cases. So it may be that we can, if the board wants to address this backlog, then we need to either increase the number that we hear at every meeting or hold special meetings where we hear a group of cases. So that would be something that I think would be worthwhile having a board discussion about. I would recommend that we could increase the number that we hear at a given meeting. And now that I think we're understanding the process better, we're getting a better flow of information potentially. And so that would be one preferred process. So along with that is the fact that there are some data deficiencies that I think we need to address. And this MOU, I think, is going to, be part of that. But in addition to that, we've had general problems that, members have experienced where their password no longer works for myevidence.com or MyEvidence. And, or there's just some other unknown reason that a particular link doesn't work. And we've been down that, when I first started looking at, how to process these cases, I spent quite a bit of time talking to the lieutenant in IA to try to understand how these, how this information was received. And there's a definite barrier to getting the information from MyEvidence. And it's either the process that APD follows or the process that the APOA would like them to follow, or it's just the way that they've been doing the job, and it's difficult to change. There's a complication from the fact that MyEvidence is a sort of a separate entity from APD, and they have a separate set of controls on the way the evidence is handled. We've had pretty good, we've had very good cooperation and pretty good flow of information in terms of getting the PowerPoint files. It's a problem to sort of identify some of these sometimes and to identify the force review files. But I've put together some organization to try to see what we have, what information we have, and what we can and what we need before we do this. So there's these little glitches that are associated with just processing the information before the board sees it. And then there's the problem of the board itself, being able to access what should have been all worked out. So that's kind of an update as to where we are. But like I said, there's, I don't think that the number of cases we have is an overwhelming task, because I think they're primarily cases that can be handled in batches of similar kind of similar cases and processed in a systematic way by the board. So that's my preamble. You can, I'm open to suggestions as to whether we, how we want to increase our number of cases.
Thank you, Dr. Cass. And that's, what I wanted to do, putting this on here so we could all get an idea of kind of where things stand as far as what's out there, what we've done, and kind of where we're at. Just speaking for myself here, one thing that I guess I would propose might be useful is not necessarily increasing the overall case load, but potentially increasing the requests or maybe the screening, and not significantly, but I'm just thinking about our meeting tonight and the cases that we requested information for. If we're lucky, I think that those 2 canine cases we requested additional OPRD, we may get those back by the next meeting in a decent timeline where those can go on the agenda. But the OIS case, I think, is likely to take longer, depending on if past is any marker that could take a couple of months to come back to us. Hopefully it doesn't. So I guess the only suggestion I would have is maybe we should request sort of a batch of those cases that need additional information, so that we would then have those back. We wouldn't necessarily have to hear all of those at the same meeting. I'm not proposing that we hear, I think you said there's 5 OIS cases. I'm not proposing we hear all 5 of those at one meeting, but we could request the files for all 5, and that way we have them to sort of divvy up over the course of 5 months, and we don't have to wait 3 months in between each one. Vice Chair Galloway.
I wonder if there's anything on our agendas that we could potentially suspend and say, like, for our October meeting, go heavy on cases, even if we did nothing else, right? And we just did, maybe we knock out all of the big ones and then leave an OIS case on each agenda afterwards or something. We could always call a special meeting if anything emergent came up, but if we went in with a plan and just said in October, we're only going to review use of force cases and get as much of that material to us as soon as possible so that we have a couple of months to review it or 6 weeks to review it or something. And then if we needed to do it again, I know Director Harness had mentioned in the past, and I think I brought it up last month, that maybe we consider not meeting in December to give everybody a break, most especially the folks at the agency. But if we did an October and a December, like bear down on use of force, it would essentially give the agency folks a break while allowing us to continue doing the business that we need to do as well. And then we could meet to handle business stuff that doesn't take as much time if we need to. Any thoughts?
Works for me.
Yeah, and I think that, oh yeah, Member French, go ahead.
No. I was just going to say I agree with both of you asking for these cases ahead of time, and with Vice Chair Galloway that we devote a couple of meetings and get these done.
Yeah, Member Nixon.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think that it's, looking at use of force cases, and even the ones that you'll see cases that come out in the media. Now, they may not have a case number at that time. They may be things that are going on, but, waiting until a couple of months to get, or maybe a year to get a case or something like that, I'm hoping that this could kind of expedite it, where I know we have a backlog, I understand that, but there's, at some point, I think that those cases that are in the media that are going on, immediately after that, that we would want to keep an eye on those, and in this vein as well.
Yes, Dr. Cass.
Yes, one of the things that changes in this MOU was that the OBRD redactions would be made simpler by the fact that they would not need to redact officers' identity on the OBRD. Let's see, on the consideration that does not, appearing on an OBRD does not serve to make a positive identification of the officer. And I think that was one of the things that was put into this MOU. So if that continues, or if that's the case, then that makes it easier. And that was one of the reasons, but that makes it easier to process these cases by IAFD, because they don't have to, because that's a very time consuming part of the process. So I asked Council Gooch if she has what the current status of that is, because I see the language is in the MOU.
Chair Levis, Member Dr. Cass, we have no status. I mean, we have the MOU, we have the APOA that had said originally that they were inclined to be on board with this idea, and then we have a 180 later on. And I don't know, and I don't want to derail the diplomacy of trying to get this moving. So until I know more, but yeah, the idea was that these redactions had to occur because it was a violation of the CBA to have someone's face. And so that's what really was taking a lot of time from the city before you all could get the files.
And I think it still will take some amount of time, even in the absence of, or in the presence of the MOU, assuming that moves forward with current language or similar. Redactions will still be required of all of the written material that we receive in those files, those full file requests. So there will still be some time lag there associated with getting access to those OIS cases that we request full files for. And that's, there may be other cases that we request full files for as well. Any member has that ability to say, if you're reviewing a case and you think that you need more information or you'd like to see more of something, you have that ability, not individually to ask, but to come to the board and propose that we request that file, and all of those things could potentially slow this down. So, and I think that's an intriguing idea as far as kind of deferring some business in some months ahead to focus on, you know, a higher caseload. Maybe we hear 10 cases or 15 cases in October, let's say. I think that's a reasonable request, and maybe mostly what we're doing those months is you know, processing the cases the agency needs us to make, needs us to look at, and then the serious use of force cases. And you know, I'd have to talk more with legal counsel and our staff about what all we can suspend, if you will, but I think there's a good chunk of the agenda that can be suspended without having issues with legal issues. So we can certainly move in that direction, and you know, I don't think we need a vote for it, but as chair, I'm willing to kind of try to chart that course to leave October as a fairly clear month, although I'm not sure we have enough cases to do that with at this point, that are sort of triaged. So I think that, you know, I can talk with Dr. Cass offline and see what we have and what we think we could tee up for October. Maybe it needs to be November. Maybe we need a little more time so we can request files next month. But I think we can move that direction without, you know, anything formal. But if that seems like something that we're all on board with. Anything further here? It seems like we have somewhat of a plan, and we'll go ahead and continue as we have currently for the next month. That concludes item B. Item C, use of force policy review, SOPs 252 through 255 are under revision by APD as we speak. Dr. Cass.
Yes, so these policies were reviewed at the July 14th APD policy review unit meeting, the first meeting in the review process. And they've been and were then circulated on Power DMS for the 15-day comment period. When these policies were created, well, starting about 3 years ago and lasting for approximately a year, the board hosted public meetings to allow public comment around these policies, including, you know, general public comment, but specifically inviting the amici as well to comment on these policies. And so what I would move tonight is that we schedule a special meeting that would, before our next regularly scheduled meeting, that in September, but I move that we schedule a special meeting before our next regularly scheduled meeting in September for the purpose of reviewing use of force policies 252 through 255 and receive public comment from the amici and other community stakeholders. And invite APD to present these policy changes. So that's my motion.
And I second it.
We have a motion and a second on creating a special meeting in September prior to our other board meeting to review these policies and the use of force suite. Do we have any discussion on this item? Yes, Vice Chair Galloway.
I would just like to say that I found those meetings when we were reviewing the use of force and making those changes a couple of years ago exceptionally helpful. And it was good to have the broader dialogue with other minds other than just the people that were within our group, and we kind of already had an idea of what everybody felt. And so I think that's great. And I think that the Director Harness's report included a note that our friends at the ACLU were asking and had made multiple inquiries about when they would have an opportunity to comment on the use of force policies. So I think that's probably a good solution to that as well.
One question or proposal I just wanted to see if it was in the same vein, but I believe the policy is 346. I may be wrong on that. The discipline policy. I realize that they're not inherently linked, but I wonder if there's any value in including that in that meeting for the purpose of the board being able to kind of dedicate some time to some critical policies, certainly in this use of force suite, but the discipline policies also, you know, somewhat linked to that, and also linked to every other policy that APD has.
If I can have a second to, I don't know, I guess Member Galloway did second my motion. So I would like to amend my motion to include the SOP. I believe you're right. I think it is SOP 3-46, which is the discipline policy. If we could add that to the agenda for review.
And we can take a vote on that, but if you all trust me, since I set the agenda, I can make sure that that is also on the agenda for it to review that policy if we don't want to have a formal vote on that. The other thing I'd add is we may need to, I don't know if we want to talk about scheduling this online, or we can, you know, I can schedule this at a time that works for the agency. We will have to work with the agency to make sure we have GovTV time and all that type of thing. So it's probably not something we can schedule right now. I guess answering my own question, I'll probably have to do that later. Any other discussion on this? We're basically making a motion to call a special meeting in the next couple of weeks here. Seeing none, Ms. Barela, could you please call the roll?
Yes. Member Armijo-Pritt?
Yes.
Thank you. Member French?
Yes.
Member Galloway?
Yes.
Member Johnson?
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass?
Yes.
Member Mitchell?
Yes.
Member Nixon?
Yes.
Member Olivas?
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed unanimously.
Okay, so just stay tuned, and I'll work with staff in the next couple of days here to get that meeting scheduled, and we'll get invites sent out to everyone so that you have as much time as possible to plan for that. The policies are already available. You should have received a link from Director Harness that they can be reviewed at. If you want to start your review early, that's certainly possible. Item D, case review process and CRC. This was an item that we discussed having last month for the purpose of talking about the future of the case review committee, and promised this to Member Nixon and Member Vice Chair Galloway. So I'll recognize the two of you if you have any comments or initial discussion. I don't know that this is something we're going to decide tonight. I don't think there's a concrete proposal at this point, but this is just something to sort of talk about that future. Member Nixon, Vice Chair Galloway, either of you. It's
Member Galloway had her hand up.
Okay. So just as a reminder, CRC is on hiatus because right now the full board has the option to do the work that CRC was doing. Originally, CRC, not originally, but most recently, CRC was kind of designated as an audit functioning committee to review all of the material in a case file, a CPC file, for make sure I'm clear on that for those members who are new, not use of force or OIS cases, but CPC cases. We did not used to have all of the material available to us. Previously, we only had the complaint and the findings letters. So any lapel video or CAD reports or any of that was not available to the board. We found ourselves in a position where we were not able to easily obtain that information. So we asked that it be provided to all board members every month for every case so that we could review what we needed to. This has become kind of a bear. We suspended the audit, the CRC committee, because there was really no need. Everybody could do what essentially the CRC was slotted to do. And it was redundant work, and we found that out at our very first CRC meeting post that other decision. There is a lot of discussion from the monitoring team and other individuals that we are putting more work on ourselves than is necessary by reviewing all components to every file. The thing that I would say about that is I don't. I don't review every single component to every file. I review what I need to, and I have the access to review what I feel like I need to be able to come back to this meeting and vote either to affirm the findings of the agency or not. I think that we are all adults and can self-manage. I don't feel as though it is necessary for us to receive every single piece of information that is available to us, as long as, or providing that when we do need something, it is given to us. So Director Harness and I had a little bit of a conversation following our meeting with the independent monitoring team, wherein it was expressed that while he still has his concerns that an individual board member cannot ask for a piece of information, if the board voted to make that request of the agency, he understood that he was bound to honor the vote of the board. So I think that we have a couple of options. Either we can disband the case review committee and this audit thing and continue doing case review the way that we have been doing it for the last several months, where all information is provided to us at all times. Or we can go back to receiving a findings letter or and complaint, and then making any requests of the agency that we feel like are necessary, as long as we codify that with a board vote so that there's clear direction. But that's kind of the crossroads that we're at. Personally, I don't care, because if I continue to receive all of the information every single month, I'm still going to review only those pieces that I feel like I have to. And I don't feel that this is overly burdensome. Our attorney indicated last month or the month before that we are still bound as a board to review all of these cases, and how we prioritize our time is, I think, our responsibility, and our up to us. It's just up to us to figure out how we manage our time and what information we need to review. So that's kind of the history and the crossroads of where I think that this particular item is on our agenda. I'm not passionate either way as to how we move forward with it.
Member Nixon, you had your hand up.
Thank you. I agree with Vice Chair Galloway. And so I make a motion to disband the CRC. I believe that we're able to manage our own time and pick and choose what it is we need to evaluate or analyze or investigate as far as the cases are concerned. And so I would see that as kind of dovetailing into what we want to do with use of force as well, because I am under the impression, well, number one, I don't want to be the chair of the subcommittee anymore. And number two, I think that we can efficiently and much more collaboratively do the same work, if not a little bit more, that the CRC was going to do. So thank you.
Member Amihu Brooke.
Thank you. So I would not be in favor of going back to a system where we had to request in advance and vote on getting access to whatever piece of information we might want. I would prefer that we have the information at our fingertips. I also know that I often, I like the ability to, pick and choose what I want. There are plenty of times where I read the complaint and the findings, and I'm like, yeah, nothing's toggling anything for me here. This looks really good. I'm just going to move on. There are other times though where I look at it and I'm like, there's something there for me, and I want to look at the lapel video and tease that apart. And maybe there's something there and maybe there's not, right? But I get that option, and it feels much more appropriate to be able to have that option than to wait until the next meeting, ask for a board vote on it, and like go through that whole process. In terms of the one thing I do, my hesitation about maybe disbanding CRC is that, so there, and maybe it doesn't matter. I was just going to say, I mean, it could get to a point where, everybody is, no, not enough people are looking at enough things. And then there's an assumption that someone is looking at them, right? And so there's no systematic way to document that, yes, at a certain point in time, some number of them are looked at deeply. And then it's sort of documented, what was assessed with that. I'm not sure how, if the process of that and the extra time and labor of that committee is justified by what that might bring to the table, what kind of backstop that is for the process. So I don't know. I would be more okay with disbanding the committee than I would be with changing our access to the materials in general.
Other members on this topic? I'll go ahead and recognize myself real quick here. I'm conflicted here about what I think we should do, but I know that my general sense is that I think that our entire case review process for agency cases is not in a good place. I don't think that we should be reviewing cases. I think we should be auditing them, and we should be auditing a small amount of them at random. I don't think that we should be looking at every case individually every month to review the findings letter and offer edits and changes and critiques and question those types of things. I don't think that that's really, well, it is what's written in the ordinance, but I think that it's probably not the intent of the authors of the ordinance that the board spend most of its time or a significant amount of time on this case review. I know that for me individually, I do it diligently every month, but I don't think that it's a good use of my time when we're bombarded with, in some months, maybe 20 policies that we really ought to be looking at in depth, reviewing them and commenting on them and thinking about them. We all have limited time, and there's just not time to devote adequate resources to all of that. And the ordinance very clearly says a conflicting point that is the board ought to spend at least or more than 51% of its time on policy issues, which I don't think that we always do. And I think this is one of the reasons. So I actually guess that if I formulated my thoughts there now, I think CRC is actually very necessary in the environment where we didn't individually review every case. If we got away from that responsibility, I think CRC would be a absolutely necessary resource to audit 10% or whatever, whatever amount of cases that we wanted to audit every month. And that would ensure that we have some level of oversight over what's happening at the agency, how those cases are looking, are things being missed, or do we have particular issues with investigators or with policies that can be identified through that, but not looking at every single case individually. That's what I've heard from DOJ. That's what I've heard from Monitor. That's what we've heard from Director Harness. That seems to be where everyone wants us to move. But as currently written, the ordinance doesn't allow that. And I think that that's a larger process. So as it currently stands, I suppose I support getting rid of this because it's not really doing anything useful or different than we're doing individually. But my reservation is that I think it doesn't really fix the broken process. So, Vice Chair Galloway.
I actually agree with you wholeheartedly. I think that what was intended by having CRC as an audit committee was to do just that. And unfortunately, that experiment didn't work because we couldn't get access to the information when we needed it. I think that if we got rid of the case review committee, a standing committee with committee members, it would free us up to maybe have some sort of secondary policy review committee that additional members could be a part of. It would, like, my personal pipe dream, and I've probably told every one of you individually at one point or another, is I would like to see us more involved with the training academy, because I think everything starts there, and it would free us up to have another committee to do that and not violate the ordinance. It gives us time to kind of figure out, because the ordinance rewrite process was extreme last go round. It took well over a year for us to be able to do that. And it gives us time to kind of figure out what would we really like for it to be, this case review thing. And then we could have an ad hoc committee that doesn't have a chair. We can have like a random rotation of board members that review cases, that take on that responsibility. So it's not the same people all the time. Like, I think there's just a lot of options that present itself by doing away with CRC as it stands right now and freeing up board members to do something else, anything else really. I think we had a motion from member Nixon and no second, so I guess I would second his motion to disband CRC.
Having discussion. I thought there was a second on that. So we have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion on this to dissolve the case review subcommittee?
I just have one quick thing to ask Vice Chair Galloway. You said this committee was there to audit all these cases. Do you think it would be advantageous to have an auditor? Is that an option to audit some of these cases?
Like a board member that's an auditor?
Or I don't know if it's in the budget, hire an auditor. If it's just overwhelming, we can't get the information, maybe that would be the next best thing, is to hire an auditor.
We kind of have that in the independent monitors team. They pick a handful of cases every monitoring period, and they review all of the same material that we should be reviewing at this point, and assess the findings of the agency and the findings of the board and how it was handled. So we kind of have that built in, I think, without needing to go through an extra expense, but I suppose we could.
Okay.
One more look through here. Yes, Attorney Gooch.
Excuse me, Chair Levis, Honorable Board. Not wanting to presuppose how the board may vote on the motion that's on the floor, I will note that in your policies and procedures, you have amendments that specifically require the case review subcommittee to perform certain actions. So in the event that you choose to disband the case review subcommittee, I would recommend that you would also choose to remove the other policies and procedures put on that case review subcommittee.
Vice Chair Galloway.
Could we suspend it for a year and remove all members?
Chair Olivas, Vice Chair Galloway, I don't know if that would be technically in compliance with the 2 board member limit, but the 2 subcommittee limit per board member. I guess if you removed everyone, suspended everyone, that technically would be okay. Or alternatively, you could just take the policy and procedure item J regarding the audit and you could just delete it.
Or stick it in a comment somewhere so we don't lose the language.
I'm growing increasingly concerned that this is premature because we're proposing to remove this without having looked at the policies and procedures and what those specific roles assigned to this are. And we've contemplated replacing this, which I think is potentially a very good use of time, and also I would remark fair use of time, because at this point, members that are assigned to that committee are not meeting and are essentially, I don't mean to sound this accusatory, but they're essentially not doing as much work as some other members that might be assigned to 2 committees that actively meet. So disbanding this without that proposed solution doesn't really solve that, although continuing to have it suspended doesn't do that either. But I just feel like it would be nice to come to this with a concrete proposal of, we're gonna replace this with the training subcommittee, or we're gonna replace this with something else, rather than, just we're gonna get rid of this and we'll figure the rest out tomorrow. So that's just my piece. Otherwise, I think we can all make our choice here. Yes, Member Nixon.
I don't have a problem being on a different subcommittee. I don't want to be on the CRC committee. Well, yeah. So yeah, I would do 2, 3 of them. I don't care. I don't see the point of CRC. I know that there's some sort of technicality to it, and I get that and everything, but I envision being on this board to review use of force cases, case reviews, and then have access to files as we needed to weigh in on those and concur and vote and et cetera, et cetera. So I don't know. I can remove that motion if we are going to then, like Councilor Gooch had mentioned, where we could remove the SOP so that we're not bound to anything. But I can remove that motion.
And I didn't mean to imply that, folks on that committee didn't want to serve somewhere else. It's just, we need to replace it with something if we're going to remove it, or we also have a huge scheduling hole in our committee assignments, which are coming up later. So, but I can live with whatever. I mean, we'll deal with it down the line one way or another. So if there's no further discussion, Ms. Barela, or I don't know if you're trying to withdraw that motion or not, but we can.
Yeah, I was going to withdraw the motion if we needed more information. I mean, you made sense. We haven't gone down the line of looking at the policy exactly as to what it says. We could be removing something that actually is mandated that we have to have at CRC. So just to make sure, cover all our bases, I'll remove it, the motion.
Okay, Member Nixon's withdrawn the motion. And I think that, we can continue the discussion next month if that's where we want to go. I think that's probably where we're at.
Please, I think we need to do something with this. I mean, one way or another, this is just sitting there and it occupies space.
So I would propose that, if we can take a look at those policies and procedures and what those require of CRC, and how, whether we can just delete those sections, and then, what we want to replace that with, I think is also something new and exciting that we should devote some time to create. So we can do that next month if that's okay with everyone. All right, so the motion's withdrawn. There's no action on item D, and we'll revisit that next month. Item E, board member responsibilities, our standard item here. This should go quickly. Recognize myself for this. New member training requirements, just reminding new members to make sure that you're completing those trainings, PowerPoints, those sorts of things that are accessible. I realize that some things are not accessible either due to COVID restrictions or technical issues preventing, I believe like the FATS machine is not worked for some time, but please complete those and make sure that you email Director Harness. And I also suggest that you CC me so that there's lots of record of it. Yes, Member Mitchell.
Does anyone know if APD is doing ride-alongs yet, or is that still a hiatus with this new variant that's going around?
I'm not sure. Katrina, you're nodding your head. I don't know if you had any information there.
believe they are. I believe they are. We could get confirmation and send something out to the board.
That'd be helpful. Thank you.
Dr. Cass? You're on mute.
Sorry. Yes, I know that Ali Abbasi had a ride along a couple of weeks ago, I believe. So unless they've changed the policy since then, he's a member of the CPOA, our data analyst, and he volunteered. He doesn't need to actually participate in ride-alongs, but he thought it would be useful in helping him do his job. But he did do a ride-along and actually had one that involved a chase. So there was excitement, but that just for your information.
Yes, Member French.
I reached out to Lieutenant Jennifer Garcia as I was directed concerning the Citizen Police Academy. And she said she would get back with me because if you look on the web, they said that it's been suspended. So I sent her that and she said she'd get with the lieutenant over the academy and get back with me. I'm still waiting.
Yeah, and I think, you know, as long as you're making an honest attempt, I don't think anyone's going to punish us for it. And I will also follow up on ride-alongs with Ed and perhaps the monitoring team, or ask Ed to do so, because I think we need some clarification as to whether those are now back in a full-on requirement, or are they optional, or kind of where are we as far as the COVID situation goes and what's being required there. But really this item is just about new member trainings, which are basically all in PowerPoint form, just making sure that you're getting them done, and let Ed and myself know when you do. And then for the second item here for all members, but particularly for what we would refer to, I guess, as veteran members or folks that have been on the board longer than 6 months, your 8-hour training requirement is mandatory, and there are several opportunities upcoming. There are virtual sessions for the NACOL conference that Director Harness has sent out information on, and there is presumably still an in-person session that'll be happening in Tucson, Arizona. So if you're interested in either of those options, or maybe both, I don't know if that's allowed, but reach out to Director Harness. I'm sure you can get more information on that. That's all I have for that item. If there's any other questions or comments. Seeing none, I'll close out item E. Item F, update on specialized diversity training for board members. I'll recognize myself and Vice Chair Galloway. This was an issue that the board delegated authority to the two of us several months back, and I just wanted to put it on the agenda so we could give an update. Vice Chair Galloway.
So I think that the update is the last request was, hey, can you put us in contact with the people you said you could put us in contact with? And then more of the same. These are the trainings that are offered by our diversity and inclusion program within the city, and kind of didn't go anywhere from that. So we still have those options available to us. I still feel like we need more specialized training to what we do. And I'm not quite sure how to go about doing that. I thought Chair Olivas and I had a pretty good start to something, and were dissuaded from that as an option. And I'm not quite sure where to go anymore. So if I or Chair Olivas and I are the only ones who feel like we need a training tailored to us, then I guess we could drop this topic and just do the ones that are available to us with the city, or we can try another avenue, maybe contact the city and see what options are available for training on an approved vendors list, and contact some of those folks, maybe get in touch with Ariana again and see if she has become an approved vendor with the city. I think it was a recommendation that Member Mitchell had made to her in an effort to kind of spur that along, if that was the option we chose to go with. But I'm not feeling a lot of progress from the organization within the city to provide us with anything additional. So I guess that's where that's at.
Yeah, and I'll just add a tiny bit of additional background. Member Galloway mostly and myself a little bit have requested meetings with the staff people at Office of Equity and Inclusion to try and, you know, bounce ideas off of them, get ideas, and we just haven't really heard back. We got the initial email that was, you know, oh yeah, here's the offerings, and if these aren't sufficient, we'd be happy to meet with you and talk about other options. And then as we've asked for additional meetings, we have not heard back on at least, I believe, 2 occasions, maybe more. So we can certainly try again, but I think, you know, that was also part of my thinking here was that needs to be aired publicly, that those, you know, aren't being followed up on. And, you know, I'm not sure why there may be perfectly good reasons on that, but that's where things stand. And I guess if there's any questions, we can take those or discuss this further. I guess I'm willing to try one more time, but. Anything else on this? Not seeing anything?
Honestly, I think that we're at a decision time. Either the board wants us to move forward or we withdraw this from the agenda. But continuing to just have the same update on the agenda is not helpful, not progress anyway.
Well, this is the first update that we've given in, I think, 4 or 5 months since we initially drafted it.
I don't believe you because you do that, but I think that we've done it once or twice.
Member Mitchell.
I would suggest that you send a letter to the HR director and copy the diversity, inclusion people or whoever you're dealing with and ask for that meeting and see if we have any luck that way. And then if we don't, and I suspect that we will, if we kind of kick it up the chain of command a little bit, then we might think about doing something else. But
I think that's an excellent idea, Member Mitchell.
Is it okay if Chair Olivas and I just do that, or does the board wish to see the communication that goes to them prior to it being sent?
I think we've already asked you all to try to coordinate this. I don't think it requires any action beyond that.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, yeah, that's not a hand up. That's just a thumbs up. So any other discussion here? Otherwise, Member Galloway and I will work on this one more time and see if we can get some traction going. Otherwise, we'll consider further options down the road. Next item is consideration of PPRB policies with no recommendation. This is an item for Dr. Cass.
Yes, so there are approximately, these are the policies that have been recommended for a no recommendation. It gets complicated when I say it that way, but I have the list has been attached to the board agenda, and so everyone has a copy of these, but I will go through them. The policy subcommittee voted at its last meeting to recommend that the board forward these policies to Mr. Abbasi, who will then fill out the appropriate form and send it to APD's policy unit, which says that at this time, we really don't have anything to say about these policies, which have just passed through the Policy and Procedures Review Board of APD. So with that little preamble, here are the policies that that the policy committee has recommended a no recommendation for. That's SOP 1-14, Rapid Accountability Diversion Program, SOP 117, the Aviation Division, SOP 131, the Court Services Unit, SOP 144, False Alarm Reduction Unit, which is to be archived, SOP 180, the Prisoner Transport Unit, SOP 184, Records Division, SOP 272, Procedures for Serious Crime Callouts, SOP 211, Records Division Unit, SOP 323, Retirement Observance, and SOP 329, Issuance and Usage of Area Command Equipment. So I would move that the board approve this list, and the list can then be, is available to CPOA staff to give to Mr. Abbasi to forward to the policy review unit. So do I?
Second.
Thank you.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second. Any discussion on these policies for no recommendation? Seeing none, Ms. Barrela, could you please call the roll?
Member Armio Pruitt,
Yes.
Member French,
Yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Johnson,
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass,
Yes.
Member Mitchell,
Yes.
Member Nixon,
Yes.
Member Olivas.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed unanimously.
Thank you. And we'll get that, work with staff to get that forwarded over to APD. Next item, item H, is an update on the CPOA Executive Director's job posting. Recognize myself for this item briefly. The job was posted earlier today. The job description and questionnaire, etc., are available on the city website. I'm actually going to throw a link into the chat box. Just posted that there. So it's www.governmentjobs.com/careers/CABQ/jobs. And then there /318-5307/civilian-police-oversight-agency-director-UN. So that's where the job posting is available, and that went live just earlier today. So that's really all the update I have on that. If there's any questions, I might be able to answer them, but that's all I've got for now. Seeing none, oh yes, Member Mitchell.
Is there a date certain for when people have to apply?
That is a good question. I was just looking at the other posting they sent me, which is sort of like the job description, and I don't believe that there is, but I'm not really well versed in how these read. So yeah, it says opening date 8/12, closing date continuous. So I'm not really sure what that means for us and for the process, but I think that's something we can follow up on perhaps in personnel or next month's meeting.
Yeah, it just means that
a month.
Yeah, it just means you keep taking applications as long as you want, basically, until you make a decision. So that's really the way it should have gone for a director's job.
So otherwise, that's all I have for that, and that's the update. So seeing no further questions or comments on that, we'll close that item and follow up on that perhaps next month, depending on what things transpire. Item I, update on CPOA calendar and scheduling tool. This is also an item for Vice Chair Galloway and myself. I guess I can update here if you want. Okay, so we talked about this several months ago, the need for the board to have sort of a centralized calendar that would also allow us to assign outside meetings to members, so that, for example, there was a public safety committee meeting this week on Tuesday, and it'd be nice to have sort of a rotating member that went to those meetings, but that's quite difficult for us to keep track of without a centralized calendar that would then sort of assign to each person, on this date you have a reminder to go to this meeting or attend this symposium or something that's going on. So we've been working with staff to try and get this scheduling tool. There's been a lot of IT issues as far as who has permissions to allow people to add items to the schedule and then who can see them, kind of a lot of inside stuff. But I think we're making some progress. We've gotten to the point where we can at least sort of have permissions and make events, but we're having some trouble seeing those between people. So we can now create them, but we can't see them. So I believe staff is still working with IT to try and iron out some of those kinks, and hopefully we can do that, because that's basically the thing that's holding up that kind of scheduling is the calendar. So that was my intention, just to let everybody know. Vice Chair Galloway.
So Katrina and I had a conversation about 30 minutes before the start of the meeting, and she actually has now had all of the permissions transferred from Amanda Bustos, who's no longer with the agency, to Katrina. We did a test event through my phone as I was driving to my office to see if she could see it. And if that didn't work, we have a plan to speak tomorrow afternoon as well, after she's done working with the gentleman from IT tomorrow. So hopefully we're inching our way closer and closer.
Any questions on this? Just giving an update. Things move fast around here, so watch out. Item J, the final item here in discussion and possible action, CPOAB committee assignments. This is my item as the chair. We neglected to assign our newest member French, to committees. So I do have some fresh committee assignments for everyone. I think for the most part, these should be unchanged for most members, basically because we now have 9 members and we're restricted to 4 per committee. There are 2 members now who only have 1 committee assignment, and I felt that the fairest way to do that was to basically decide that the chair and vice chair hold sort of some extra responsibilities there. So I didn't assign those 2 individuals to committees for transparency's sake. That's the rationale there for everyone. So I'll go ahead and read these off. Policies and Procedures Subcommittee, we have Member Cass, Member Armijo Pruitt, Member French, and Member Johnson. For the Case Review Subcommittee, we have Member Nixon, Member French, Member Cass, and Member Johnson. For the Outreach Subcommittee, we have Member Galloway, Member Mitchell, Member Nixon, and Member Ralph. And for the Personnel Subcommittee, we have myself, Member Olivas, Member Mitchell, Member Armijo Pruitt, and Member Ralph. I will send an email out in the morning as well with those assignments, but for the most part, I think those are probably not surprising or major changes for anyone. If anybody does have major grievances or issues with these, please reach out to me. I didn't hear from anybody after the last meeting when I brought this issue up, so I assume that there's a little controversy there. But if there's any issues, let's talk and we can try to work through them there. And of course, there may be some changes on the horizon for the CRC, but potentially those members would transfer. I guess we'd have to decide how we deal with that. But I guess I'd make a motion to accept the committee assignments.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, Ms. Barela, could you please call the roll?
Yeah. Member Armijo Pruitt?
Yes.
Member French?
Yes.
Thank you. Member Galloway?
Yes.
Member Johnson?
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass?
Yes.
Member Mitchell?
Yes.
Member Nixon?
Yes.
Member Olivas?
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed unanimously.
Okay, that concludes our discussion and possible action section. Moving on, item 12 was removed from the agenda. That takes us to item 13, other business. Is there any other business tonight? Member Vice Chair Galloway.
Hi, wanted to get a feel for the thoughts, particularly from those of us that have been on the board for a while, as to the new findings letter format. And I will start this by saying that I'm really excited that there's something there and that was done. And the only hiccup that I find is that in the findings letter itself, it will discuss what policies were reviewed, but it doesn't kind of delineate which, if there's multiple findings, which is sustained, which is exonerated. And I think that it would be helpful to have a little tweak because not everybody is going to see the same information we do. And the complainant, most especially, doesn't have access to all of the file to know which of the policies received what sort of findings. So I wanted to kind of see if anybody else thought that was problematic.
I guess I'll chime in since no one else is. I like you, I was kind of excited to see that there's a change and it's uniform, it's standardized, it's pretty clean, easy read. But I guess I didn't quite notice that point that you're raising, and if that's the case, that it's not delineated as to which policy is found to be a sustained violation or not. If there's multiple policies and conflicts between the finding, then yeah, that would seem to be a problem, certainly. It's getting late. No one wants to talk now.
I don't know if maybe Valerie or Katrina could take that little point back to the agency. I don't know if that's appropriate for them to do, or if it's just a email to Ed and say, hey, I noticed this, can we tweak this a bit? Which I'm happy to do too. So I think I'll do that.
Probably both. It'll make it one way or another, but best to do both. Right?
All right.
Any other business? Seeing none. Our last item is our next regular scheduled meeting will be held on September 9th at 5 p.m. We'll also be calling a special meeting to deal with policy review between now and then, which you all will receive notice of shortly in the next couple of days, I assume. If there's no further business or objections, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Seeing no discussion, Ms. Barrella, would you please call the roll?
Yes. Member Armijo Pruitt?
Yes.
Member French?
Yes.
Thank you. Member Galloway?
Yes.
Member Johnson?
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass?
Yes.
Member Mitchell?
Yes.
Member Nixon?
Yes.
Member Olivas?
Yes.
That motion passed unanimous.
All right, the meeting is adjourned. Thanks, everyone.